Hello everyone, and welcome to Dungeons&DiceMasters. So, today we mark the beginning of our first long-term campaign, a follow-on from our short-term campaign, which was ended a couple of weeks ago. Some new players since then, and looking forward to getting started with everyone. We'll get introductions done once we actually start, but for now, let's just dive straight in. So, a world filled with never-ending conflicts or catastrophes, yet beautiful landscapes rich in minerals, ore, scenery, and rarities. The continent of Taldore sits as it has for eons between the Osmit Sea and the Lucidian Ocean. While many of our members here today have travelled portions of its prospecting lands and treacherous mountains, we begin our campaign in the midst of an icy winter's morning, where the fog rests upon the dewy grass and muddy, unpaved streets of Jorenn village. A small shanty town, once known for its silver veins, now run dry. It is nothing more than a hub for cutthroats, mercenaries, shady dealings, and an escape for the occasional fugitive. At this point, the suns are barely striking through the cracks in the wooden walls of the inn or the tavern that you find yourself sleeping in, with white drifting light, chilling your bones to the core, for most of you, and shaking you awake. But, like many a story for an adventurer, danger is never far away. A shrill screech from a woman pierces through the shortboards of the building right before a gurgling sound, and then several other screams of frightened people pour through your ears. The commotion seems to be coming from not far outside the two buildings that you will find yourselves in, and as best you can tell, they're somewhat in the vicinity outside. Among the screams you hear vicious barking and growling. What would you like to do as you each process this within moments of a horrible cold wake-up?
Do I see this from my position?
No, you don't. You can hear it.
I am. I was gonna say I am still where we talked about outside, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I would get up and go chase it down, then to chase after the noise I hear.
Yeah, same.
Yep, same.
Yeah, I would get
Very
up, get
trying to figure
dressed,
out
and
what's
go downstairs or go into the lobby area and kind of look around, kind of wondering what's going on.
Okay, we'll do the same.
Alright, so you all find yourselves being thrust awake in a state of half asleep, kind of, and making your way down the stairs, very creaky old stairs of these very poorly built buildings. But nonetheless, you all make your way down at least into the what would be the main entranceway of the inn, and for those that are staying in the tavern, the sort of like bar area. It's pretty much for the most part empty at this time of day. There's no one in there. Maybe the occasional knocked out patron that's just sort of like in the corner or on the like half on the chair, just sort of slanting right over, drooling, unconscious, probably from a heavy night's drinking. But the sounds continue, and you make your way outside of the door. And by this point, there are a couple of you who have sort of bumped into each other in a way that you're in the same vicinity as you make your way down the stairs, but not paying too much attention to that. You make your way outside. Damos, you basically run from where you are towards the sound, and it takes you maybe not too long. You weren't too far from the town itself, and you all kind of arrive at this scene pretty much at the same time from different perspectives. Damos, yours is more from like the street, the main streetway, but you are presented with the harsh cold of the winter's morning. It was pretty cold inside the buildings, but the boards of the actual walls were keeping most of the heat that you like generated throughout the night in. As you get hit with this wave of icy wind, this slight humid fog that rests upon your skin, you can see the entire town is in disarray from what you can see at least, I mean, you can't really see maybe 30 feet beyond your normal vision because of the fog. But from what you do see passing by and everything, there's people running, there's chaos just everywhere, there are things on the floor, and then you hear this, and you hear multiple of these, maybe 3 or 4 coming from all kinds of places, and then you see this shadow like sort of dart across your vision at quite an incredible speed. And at first you think, maybe it's just a savage dog. But as you look closer, one of them comes by and they're sort of like jumping on people at the same time. It looks to be some sort of this very, very large wolf-like creature, but it's not quite a wolf. I think I'd say Korva and Nim. You can make nature checks if you want, or history checks, your choice.
Fantastic.
Out of curiosity for Bashra, if he was on the second floor, he would have went out the window. As soon as he saw there was something kind of running around, he probably would have stealthed and actually started stalking it.
Okay.
And I know what I rolled, but whether I can tell what these wolf creatures exactly are or not, what's their dispersion? Are they kind of clumped together?
Okay, so as it stands, you only see 2 of them at this point. They're maybe 20 feet away from you. You can hear others in the distance, but they're sort of beyond your visual range within this fog. It's technically classified as lightly obscured area because of the fog. But you are aware that there are more than 2. But at this stage, 2 are maybe, sort of one to the left, one to the right, and one's busy sort of mauling this poor sort of like human male dressed in like this simple folk, like farmer's clothes.
I don't want to wait for them to react. I don't want to wait for them to do anything. This person is being mauled by a creature, and I will immediately cast a cantrip to reach into the mind and try to cause it psychic damage.
Okay.
Is this something I would get advantage on for that nature history check? It's I would get advantage on fey, fiends, or undead.
No, you do not.
Blood. Okay.
How close am I to this?
Demos, you would be. I mean, you'd also be 30 feet away, so you can see them.
Okay. Deimos would probably, if he's seeing someone being attacked, he would move to attack and try and separate the one being attacked from the.
Okay. For those that are joining combat, roll initiative.
Absolutely.
I'm close enough to join in combat, right?
Yeah, if you want to.
Dope.
Korva, what was the cantrip?
It's in dice rolls. Mind Sliver. It's a intelligence saving throw.
Gotcha.
Is Kel close enough to join as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask if Bashra happened to see one, because he'd probably start attacking it. He made his stealth roll at 25.
That's a 6. And yes, gotcha. Bashra.
Yeah, it sounds like Bashra. It's going to be great.
Korvar, it's in it joint. Okay, yeah.
So glad
6
I rolled
fails.
well.
It takes 2 points of psychic damage, and before the end of my next turn, it must roll a d4 and minus it from the roll from the save.
Just roll a d4 and minus the roll from the save. Sorry, could you clarify?
Sorry. I was reading it, making sure I was understanding it. Before the end of my next turn, the next saving throw that it makes, it has to roll a d4 and minus it from the save.
Okay. Gotcha.
I imagine I didn't learn anything with a 13 nature.
No, 13's enough. So you know that this creature is probably what they call a warg, which is more of an intelligent wolf. One that's actually capable of understanding multiple languages.
And I'd also know that they're generally quite evil bastards.
Yeah, you've yet to come across a nice one, a good puppy.
Are we still in free action, or are we acting on initiative?
We'll be acting on initiative now. After the mind sliver. So, how much damage was the mind sliver?
It should have only been 2.
2. Okay. 2.
Gave it a migraine.
Demos,
Yeah, two psychic damage.
Gotcha. Demos, you were acting
Yes.
next, and then we'll hit the top of the initiative round. So, what were you trying to do? You were trying to break them apart.
Yeah, I was trying to separate them. If need be, take a swipe at the beast to separate them.
Okay. Make if you're trying to pull them apart, make an athletics check.
All right, just one sec. Let me check mine. $23.
Damn.
That definitely beats 14. So you just sort of grab the scruff of one of these wargs and just like sink your claws into it and just yank it. And it turns towards you. You still got it like in your grasp. Like that was technically a successful grapple, but it's sort of like trying to like look at you and bite you now.
Deimos would look at it and go, "No, bad."
Okay. Alright, so that we'll go to top of the initiative round now, which is Nim.
Alright, so you said there are multiple of these things, but one is actively mauling somebody, right?
Deimos has now removed it from that person.
I grabbed it by its scruff and ripped it off him. Bad puppy.
Well, I'm going to, as a bonus action, activate my Crimson Right and take 1d4.
Okay.
Ow.
What was that? Okay, 3.
Okay, I took 3 damage, and I'm going to run up to that one that seems the most threatening, or whichever one's closest to me, and just try to thrust at it with my short sword.
Okay. So
My Crimson Righted thrust short sword.
So do you want to describe yourself for everyone?
Okay, yeah, sure. So you guys saw the picture of his face on there. A very pale elf with sort of black sclers in his eyes, and he's got. You can't see it in the picture that's up there, but he has these sort of tribal-looking tattoos going up his arms. He's wielding a short sword and has a small shield in the other hand, and wearing studded leather armors. He looks pretty basic, but before he rushes in to attack these things, you're going to see his tattoos kind of glow for a second, almost look like they're burning his skin slightly, as electricity starts arcing around his sword. And yeah, I stabbed the dude. I don't know how to. How to add the crimson right into the damage. I could just roll it manually, I guess.
Yeah, you might just have to do that.
I'll just do that for now. Ah.
So the rest of you are basically getting at the ready.
There it is.
Like prepared to
10.
jump in and do whatever you want to do. 10 does not hit, unfortunately.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Fog's a little bit thick, and you sort of misjudge your attack there. Were you going for the one that was previously on the person?
Yeah, especially if that's the one that's closest to me. That seems like the biggest threat at the moment. So yes.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. The one that Damos is holding. Okay. Is that your turn?
Yep. That's everything.
All right. So we'll go to Bashra.
Did he not? I thought that him being grappled gave advantage on attack.
I think that's restrained.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
restrained.
Okay.
Yeah.
Grapple just makes your speed 0.
So, do I see any of them within 30 feet?
The wargs?
Yeah, I tried to stalk one.
Yeah, you do. You're sort of off to the left, sort of where the alleyway would, you'd break out from the window and you'd land in the alleyway. So you're sort of maybe 10 feet off from the rest of the party would be. You'd see one maybe 15 feet off, but it's sort of in the sort of like diagonally left, if that makes sense. So you'd be within 30 feet of the one that was mauling someone, but you wouldn't be able to see necessarily everyone else once you'd gone up to it.
Oh, I definitely go for the one that's by itself and not really paying attention to me.
Okay. It's just, this one is sort of like looking around like...
Yeah. So I'd like to use a bonus action to rage.
Okay.
And get claws.
Scaly boy rage, yeah.
Yeah. So, should I describe my character a bit, or?
Yeah.
Bashra is a fairly large lizard folk, almost 8 feet tall. Black scales. He's got a kind of like a red frill on his throat that kind of glows red when he rages. It's very, very athletic build. It's not a big bulky build. Looking at him, you can tell he's built mainly for speed. Very aggressive, though. As soon as he sees the ward by itself, he's going to rage. The bottom part of his throat's going to glow kind of bright red for a second. His claws will elongate, and he's going to circle it to attack from behind.
Okay. Alright, so you rage and your sort of claws get a little bit sharper, and you do manage to like get up behind it. It's not really, it's just sort of, it's looking as if it's intimidating people. It definitely seems to have somewhat more of an intelligence than just your average like wolf or dog or something, but you do manage to get up behind it.
Okay. Since I'm attacking from behind, do I get an advantage on my attacks?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. So, let me Let me see if the claws are listed. There we go. So, do first attack. Oh, retarded. Alright, so the first claw hits, and that's actually for 8 points of damage because of the +2 for raging.
Okay, yep. That definitely hits.
And the second claw hits again and deals 11 points of damage. So 19 points of damage for claws.
Okay. Alright.
And oh yeah, that's all I got because I used a bonus action.
Alright. So as you come up and just sort of slice into this warrior, there's as it sort of turns and faces you, and you just sort of slice it again across the face. It's got this like deep cut across its chin there. It's definitely looking like bloody, but it's still standing. So that's your turn.
Yeah, I think that's about it. I'll just raise up to my full height in front of it.
Okay. Alright, so I believe then we have Adamus.
Cool. So I'm downstairs now.
Yes. Yeah, you're outside. You can see
No,
what's happening.
And I can tell that the wargs seem intelligent.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, sweet. I'd like to just go up to. Is any one of them not being currently attacked?
I'm holding one.
Technically an attack, but you don't see. Actually, no, you see the one that's on the right. That's it's still looking for a target.
He's actively looking like he's being aggressive.
Yeah, all of them are looking aggressive. This one's just not found someone to tear into yet.
Cool. And with that, seeing that they're obviously not here to talk, I'm going to put my hand out to the sky, bring the wrath of the moon that is no longer out down on them, and then shape change into a wolf as a bonus action.
All right. Nice. So do you want to describe
Does that
yourself?
make you a robo-wolf or a regular wolf?
Well, we'll find out when she describes it.
Yeah.
Cool. So stepping out from the tavern, you see a structure of a man made of metal and wood. The metal and the bark kind of meld together to make this like skeletal frame. There are sections that are pure wood and pure metal, but they do meld in places. There are vines that wrap around the limbs and the joints to hold him together. In his chest is pure branches that form together to make a rib cage, and within the rib cage itself is the small metallic bird. Stepping out into the daylight, he changes, and his metallic form turns into that of a wolf, fully metal and wood still, not at all like normal wolfy.
All right. Nice.
Is it like a Transformers transformation or like just like a melding sort of?
Fully Transformers.
So,
Awesome.
does your transform state have elements of the metal, or is it just completely normal?
No, it's metallic.
It's metallic. Nice. Okay, so you're casting Moonbeam, yes?
Yes.
Alright, so con save.
How shit was that moonbeam roll though?
Yeah, it wasn't the best. Okay, so that's 16, which I believe just beats it.
Yeah, DC's 14.
Okay. So, yeah, so what happens on a successful save? Half as much on a successful one. So, it takes 2 radiant points of damage, as this rather impressive like beam of like white sort of light just sort of impacts it, and you can hear this. It sort of like looks up confused. But yeah, is that your turn? Do you want to move?
Yeah, well, I'll go move and I'll put myself between the one on the right and the rest of them.
Okay.
Full on attack dog, guard dog position.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So you're sort of on the position to the right. That's your turn, which brings us to its turn. So, all right. So, having seen everything going on and getting the sense that there's sort of more challenge in this town, they all sort of look around a little more, searching. The one that's grappled by you, Damos, turns more aggressive and starts like, and is going to make an attack against you. And the other one that you attacked, Adamus, is going to also try and attack him. To just sort of seize another wolf in the distance and not bothered by it. Bayshara, the one by you is going to make an attack against you.
I'm sorry. I just caught this. I'm sorry, not to backtrack. But the one that the moonbeam hit, was that the one that I attacked with Mind Sliver? Because it was supposed to minus D4 from the save.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it would have been. Yep.
I apologize. I was just trying to think. I was trying to remember which one it was. I wanted to ask.
To be cool.
It's only 2 points of damage difference, so.
That's 2 more that it could be, though.
Okay, it does bring it to a fail with a 3. So, yeah, okay, it takes 2 points of damage. 2 more points of damage, anyway.
So the one that's going past me, does he have to get around me to get to where he's going?
Did you run right up to it?
I put myself between the rest of the group and it, so I don't know how close I did get.
So that's still true, and that remains. But Damos was sort of off to like the left. So if you imagine like a triangle, so you got like the tavern and inns, and then you've got Damos, and then you've got this one that you were attacking. You're sort of here, and Damos is over here. So it's sort of, yeah. So that is going to be a 19 to hit against you, Damos, for both of them.
19 AC, yeah.
Alright, so that just hits. Okay, cool. So that you take... math here. You take 18 points of piercing damage as you get 2 of these like gnarled teeth just sink into your the fleshy part of your skin. Somehow making it past your shell exterior.
Rude.
Oh, and I'd like you to make a a strength saving throw, please. Bit of a tongue tie there. Alright, that's a fail, and you are knocked prone as they sort of wrestle you to the ground. So, it's sort of like this this sort of like tortoise thing just sort of gets wrestled onto its back, and he's just sort of there.
Oh no, the turtle's on his back.
Okay, so the other one is going to make an attack against you, Bashar.
Okay, nope.
It's got to be a quick one to type these. So that is a 15 to hit.
That does not. My AC is 16.
All right, so just misses.
Close.
Do you have a shield? I forget.
Nope.
Okay.
I have no armor, no shield.
So as you've sort of clawed into it, it sort of like turns a more aggressive stance against you and tries to come at you and bite you. You just sort of like bash it out the way. Like, no. So that's his turn. Okay, and there's one more, and he is going to come around and just be in the distance. Bashra, you see another one sort of circumvent the area. Seems like it might be circling you, but it's not close enough to attack yet. And that's their turn. Next we have, I believe, Korva.
Okay. So I am about 25, 30 feet away from the upside down turtle and the giant lizard man and the machine thing that turned into a machine wolf. Correct?
Yes.
One is still on top of the turtle, and the other one is starting to kind of circle around, or is that a third one?
There's 4 now. To your knowledge, there's 3. You didn't manage to see the one that Adamus was attacking. But yeah, there's like one appears in the fog and sort of starts circling you.
Okay, is the inn that we came out of, is that relatively near here, or is there any type of shelter or wall I can kind of hunker down next to within 30 feet?
Yeah, there's the 2 buildings that you sort of came out of the alleyway from, maybe 20 feet off.
Okay, I will look over and I will look at the big lizard man. He seems pretty aggressive and is kind of holding his own a little bit as I wave my hand and kind of like blow out like a mist as I cast enlarge on the lizard man.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right.
Ooh.
So to give you a sense of size, Basha, these wargs stand pretty much as tall as you on their 4 feet. They're massive, like massive.
Damn.
Massive.
So what you all see, well, I'll describe my character here in a minute, but what you see is this drow. He's wearing kind of thicker sailor-looking clothes with almost knee-high boots. He's wearing a black duster with kind of like fur-rimmed on the cuffs, the sides, and he has this tricorn hat. As he whispers something, and kind of a purplish mist pops out. Baisha grows. He is no longer considered medium. He is considered a large creature.
Me?
The total or the lizard?
Lizard man, Baisha.
You realize how crazy that has to look, right?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm also doing it for effects. I don't want them to attack me. I want them to attack the biggest thing in the room. But he goes from medium to a large. He now has, if he didn't already, advantages on strength checks and strength saving throws, and you deal an extra 1d4 worth of damage when you hit with them.
God damn, dude.
Nice.
All right, so Bashra kind of stretches and knocks off the ice crystals that were on him, and then he just kind of towers over this thing, and he feels, if a lizard folk could smile, even though he doesn't really have emotions, he would. He's gonna eat good tonight.
Well, I did whisper that, so you don't know why you grew larger. As the
I don't care.
As the drow then makes that 20-foot dash over toward the build and try to shrink into the wall, hoping not to get mauled by a wolf.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So that's your turn. Damos, it's your turn.
I'd first like to get up.
You can get up, yeah.
Do a little spin and hop back on my feet.
You are it takes half your movement. You're technically still grappled.
Oh, I am?
Yes. So
Oh, yeah.
you have to break the grapple if you want to escape that. I mean, you can stand up. It'll take pretty much, all your movement because you're grappled. But you need to break the grapple if you want to sort of do anything else.
Is that a strength throw?
Yeah, it's either athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
Just 1 minute.
In the meantime, Kel, you are up next. Okay.
You want to do?
Uh,
You want to do check athletics?
Yeah, it's a check. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Right. So very much like Ninja Turtle style, you just sort of like spin around at the same time as like punching upward, and it tears your skin a bit. But fortunately, the nature of your skin deflects some of the teeth scratching against your skin, and you manage to get up and break their grapple.
Can I do anything else, or is that my...
You have a bonus action.
I think all my bonus actions rely on me to land a hit first right now.
Okay. Yeah, they're not terribly strong, but they can definitely pin you down once they've got you. These creatures.
Oh, actually, could I use a bonus action to cast Shield of Faith?
Yeah, go for it. So,
all right, then I
you sort of see your situation, stand there, just put up a shield.
And that's all I'm...
All right, cool. So this sort of magical shield shimmers around this like rotund sort of turtle that's got all kinds of stuff going for him. Okay, so you got +2 AC for that. Next,
Shields. I thought shield was a reaction.
It's Shield of Faith. It's a bonus action.
Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry.
Kel.
yes, you see a very angry-looking woman in her mid-30s wearing some loose clothing and armor. Is she close enough to run up to the guy that fell, that was getting attacked?
Yeah. She's about 20 feet off of him, and he's sort of on the ground like...
Yeah, so Kel will run up to him and bonus action cast Healing Word, just so he has a chance to get up and run away without dying.
Okay. Yeah. Did you want to do something as your action? As you sort of run up and he sort of like looks at you terrified, expecting like another assault, and you just see this like his chest has almost been opened up, like it's all bloodied and like torn flesh, like you can see the clothes ripped and everything. And as you cast this, it sort of heals a bit. The blood doesn't disappear, but heals a little bit, and he sort of looks a little relieved, but still like trying to like back up.
So I'll stand in between him and whatever is closest to him. And am I close enough to attack any of the wargs?
Yeah, there's one you'd actually be flanking the one that was attacking Damos behind you. It's like 5 feet from you.
Okay. Yeah, then I will stab him.
Stab him with what, sorry?
Stab him with a sword.
Alright. Stabby stab. That hits.
Sweet. So 2 damage. It's a really low damage roll.
4 damage roll.
And I think that's the end of my actions. So that'll be it.
Okay, so you sort of turn around, take your sword, and just sort of plunge it into the back of this one, and it was already looking pretty hurt, and it's now bleeding even more towards its back as well. It's not looking happy. It sort of obviously notices you, turns and looks at you, and it looks sort of conflicted at the moment as to what to do. But yeah, so that's your turn.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that would bring us to top of the round. So
To me.
yes. Oh yeah, top of the round. But first, the villager on the ground is gonna get the opportunity to just sort of like start shuffling his way back. As it looks like he's struggling a lot, but he's doing the best he can. He maybe gets
Good
15
idea,
feet away,
friend.
but as soon as he gets 15 feet, he sort of looks back, like to see where he's going. Sees this massive lizard folk person with like tackling 2 other like wolves, and just just starts like crying on the ground. You can hear other shouts and screams still continuing around. Like on the peripheral of the fog, you can see a couple people running, but now the wargs seem a lot more focused on you guys. All right, so Nim, it's your turn.
Alrighty. Well, this one is still alive in front of me, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna try and stab him.
All right, roll for stab. That hits.
Hey, that's better. Cool. So 7. I'll add 1d4 lightning damage.
1d4 lightning damage. Ooh, nice. And which one was this against again?
This is the first ward that I saw, the one that was mauling the villager.
Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So a total of 10 damage.
With 3 lightning. Nice. All right. So, so what are you attacking with again? A short sword.
Yeah, this is the short sword with the crimson right added to it.
Okay, so you're just sort of standing there menacingly, and you take your short sword and you just sort of plunge it through the chest, and he has and it sort of collapses in front of Damos there, and the lightning trickles across the body, and you see all the hair on the wall just it sort of stands up like this really gritty, greasy, like porcupine-like structure now all over its body. Now that you're sort of a little bit up closer, you guys can see the face of this is sort of like an elongated face that has no fur on the front, and it's got like this sort of like these chimpanzee type mouths where it sort of protrudes. It's kind of like that. It's really weird.
Ooh. All right. Well, I will. So, did you say the other 2 are both around giant lizard man?
Yes.
Ugh.
There is one like 5 feet from you though.
Oh, okay. I'll move towards that one and just sort of stand there at the ready because I don't have a bonus action.
Okay, cool. So you get within its melee range.
Yes.
Okay. So that brings us to Bashar.
Alright. So, let's do this. I'm gonna go ahead and make my 2 claw attacks. 17 to hit.
17 hits.
Yeah, so let me roll this extra d4. So 12 points of damage for the first attack.
Oh yeah, because of rage.
Yeah. 15 hit for the second one.
15 hit for the second. Yep, that hits.
Alright, so another 12 points of damage.
Yep, that hits.
And then for my bonus action, I'm going to do a bite attack. Because I want to say it's Hungry Jaws. Let me see if it's in here. Yeah.
Okay. 20 definitely hits.
Alright, so and then I gotta roll another d4 on that. You guys have buffed the shit out of me. So 16 points of damage with the bite attack, and I gain 3 temporary hit points.
Okay, so total damage was
12, 12, and
28?
16.
12, 12,
40
and 16.
points of damage.
Okay. Wait, 12, 12, and 16. Oh, right, okay, so, alright, so you've still got
Jesus,
some
that's a
movement.
lot.
You still got some movement, so what happens is you go for the 2 first attacks with your claws, just clawing into this thing. You just shred it to pieces. It, like, the whole first portion of its face is just sliced up. It looks grotesque. Just blood everywhere. An eyeball falls out. It's really bad. You see this as like the blood sort of chokes on it. It just falls over. It's dead. So if you want to use that third like bite attack for the other one, you can be my guest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd claw it, pick up the remains, chuck it across the way, roar at the last one, and run up to it and bite it on its shoulder and take out a big chunk of it.
How are you attacking 3 times?
Because I get 2 attacks for the claws, and then my bonus action, which is Hungry Jaws.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I know, right? He is a freaking powerhouse. I blame you, Corvar.
I gave you a D4. I didn't do all that.
Well, you gave me a D4 on each one. As he's a large creature, I'm going to stay 10 feet away from it on that last bite.
Alright. Yeah.
So that way I'm going to force it to come to me.
Okay.
And that'll be me.
It's looking like the one you just sunk your teeth into, like, it's looking hurt just from that one bite. You just sort of grabbed its, like, nape and just sort of sunk it, and it's not looking, Actually, make me a general intimidation check based on your strength.
On my strength.
Based
Okay.
on strength. 40 damage.
I'm just going to do D20 plus 5. 15.
Okay, so after this bite attack, you see the one that's in front of you, just sort of like as it's aggressive. Sort of like calms down a bit. Backs away a little. Okay, so that's your turn.
Yep.
We go into Adamus. Push to talk.
Sorry, forgot.
It's okay.
No wolf is currently under the moonbeam. That's currently still there, right?
Was Moonbeam constant? I forget.
It is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
There is one.
Yeah, it would be. It would be the one that that Nim's currently in combat with.
Okay, cool. So it needs to re-roll its DC 14 saving throw. Con save, yep. And then take 2d10 plus 2, I think it is, damage.
Okay, so it was a 17. It went to a 15 with the D4 taken off. Is that's a save, I believe, hey, because it's 14.
Yes, it is, but it still takes half.
Okay, so how much damage is it taking? Don't forget the R space. Okay, so it's so 2.
Okay, and then with my actual action, I'm going to run up to that same one and bite attack it. Someone is within 5 feet of it, right? So I get an
Correct.
advantage.
Yes. What's the +2 there? You got 2d10 +2.
I'm fairly certain. Oh no. Okay, -2. It was 2d10 the first time. That's why there was a second 2. My bad.
Okay. No, that's okay. So it takes 2 points of damage from the moonbeam. It's just still sort of singeing it.
So it would be, it would be 11 halved.
Okay.
Because it was 13 in total, minus the 2 that I accidentally put there.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last time was just a bad roll, was it?
Yeah, last time was a really bad roll because it's 2d10 and I got 2 2s.
I understand now. Alright, so
Yeah.
13 halved.
Yeah.
So be 6. Okay. So was that?
So the first attack was a 13. Does that? 17 to hit.
17 hits.
Cool.
Alright.
8 damage.
8 damage. Ouch. So, and this is an attack with your bite? Yes. Okay. So, so you see this moonbeam that sort of follows this wolf. You can see it very slightly scorching the ground, not very much, but maybe just like a little trail in the dirt as it catches the tail of this warg. You see it like burns half of it, so that like there's no it actually leaves no hair along half of the tail. It sort of turns around and then it's just in time to see you just sort of like come in with this bite attack that sort of chomps on the side of its neck there. It's looking pretty hurt.
Cool, that's me.
Alrighty, it is their turn. And they're all not looking very good. Actually, okay, so they're all in melee combat. One of them's into okay. The one that you just attacked sort of backs away a little bit, looks at the situation. You hear this sort of like very guttural, almost lispy speech that none of you recognize, but the others seem to respond and like look around, and then even the one that's in front of you, Bashra, like is looking at you as sort of like this submissive way, but hears the sound, like looks at you, and sort of darts off. They are gonna try and run away. They take their action to disengage, and they flee 50 feet. Alright, so that's their turn. So the one near you, Bashra, would get 30 feet away from the party. The others are 50 feet away. And then it's Corvar's turn.
Cool. As I kind of peek out and they're all starting to run away, I see one off by itself is kind of lagging behind. The other three, are they relatively close to each other?
The other three, there's no, because one of them died, so that corpse is still there. Did I get that right? Yeah. Yeah, so one of them died. The corpse is still there. The other three, they're kind of limping to some degree, but they're still managing to keep pace. So there's two that are sort of in the lead, and then there's one that's lagging behind.
The two that are in the lead, are they roughly within 5 feet, 10 feet of each other, or?
Oh yeah, they stick as a pack together.
Cool. I take a deep breath and, hey, Corvar, you've got this. I take a running movement and I move 30 feet toward their direction as I pull out, and then I raise my hands and compress gravity and cast magnify gravity at level 2.
All right. So you're gonna have to remind me of that one.
Gravity 10-foot radius. Each creature makes a Constitution saving throw. On failure, 2d8 force damage, and speed is halved until the end of its next turn.
Damn.
Okay, so that's a 15, a 15, and a 21 with a natural 20.
Okay, they all succeed, but that still take half that.
And I did add the d4 just so you know. Okay, cool. So they take half of
11.
Half of 11, so 5. Ooh. It's close, but not quite enough. As you sort of see all the, you guys sort of look in the distance, and just on the cusp of the fog that you can see, you see the this drow cast some magic, and in the distance the ground is it a sphere?
Correct.
Yeah, so you see it in like a circular area in the ground, the whole like muddy terrain just sort of sink in just a little bit, and you hear, and you see all the wolves struggle a bit, but they push through it. Alright, yeah, that was close.
As I cursed myself in Elvish or in Drow, and I just kind of, oh crap, I'm out in the open, and I just kind of look around.
Yeah, you're out in the open. I mean, you expended your movement, so.
Yeah, that's why I realized, like, oh crap.
All right, so I'm gonna go to Damos.
How far away are they from me now?
From you, one of them is 30 feet. The other two are 50.
And they are fleeing?
They're fleeing.
If Demo sees that they are fleeing, he's going to turn around and look to the rest of the people around him, and he's going to slightly bow his head and say thank you for the assistance. He's not going to try and chase them.
Okay. Is there anyone that is going to give chase?
I
That's
probably will.
Bashra.
Not me.
I would like to get off one more spell, but I'm not going to run after them.
Okay. What's the spell?
Magic Missile at level 2.
Bashra, were you doing something?
Yeah, I was gonna get the one 30 feet away.
Yeah, okay.
And definitely gonna double claw.
Well, because you were already 20 feet away from the party, so that one's 50 feet away from you.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the others are 80 feet away from you.
Oh, okay.
It just sort of, they all ran in the same direction. That one was just closer to you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take the body of the one that's been torn apart and chuck it at the one running away.
Okay. Make me an intimidation check.
Okay. Am I gonna roll with any bonuses or negative? Just so I know.
I mean, your charisma modifier.
Oh, that's a negative.
What part are you chucking?
Whatever remains of it. So probably just random body parts at this point.
I mean,
So yeah, 5.
There's an eyeball on the ground.
So I imagine I probably pick up the remains and go to throw it at it, and it just kind of breaks apart in the air.
Yeah, something like that. You sort of pick it up and you can feel the weight of this thing. It's very heavy. The only reason you're able to actually pick it up is because of your size right now. But you try and like throw it, and it just sort of like it gets thrown maybe 10 feet. Well, then you hear this as like it lands on the face, and it just sort of like breaks away, like kind of like peeling a banana. It's not a pretty sight.
Okay.
Korva, are you laying off a magic missile? Range on that? 120?
120.
All right. Which ones are you getting?
I'm actually going to take I pretty much split it in half and try to hit the two furthest away, basically.
Okay.
So that would be 4. That's 8 to one, and what, 9 to the other?
That that works. So as you guys are all standing there trying to just like looking and being like, oh well, you know, they're too fast. The wizard stands there, gets his spellbook out, and casts something, and from the pages shoots these like 4 magic darts just through the fog, and you just see these like a light blue reflection, almost like explosion in the fog. You don't see exactly, but you hear this.
I think I got him, guys.
Can I moonbeam the other one?
Yeah.
No mercy.
You can try, yeah.
It's 120 foot range, so why not?
Okay.
These things are attacking people.
That's well, natural 19 with a 20 con save. So it still takes half damage.
So like.
Okay. So it contacts. You see this, and it kind of cuts through the fog, and this fog. So the beam that follows through the fog sort of disintegrates the vapor and stuff while it's moving. You can just see it before the fog closes again, and it sort of burns away the tail. And you hear this as it sort of like lowers its backside to the ground as it runs, kind of like when a dog scoots, but it's still just alive.
No mercy.
Oh, what's going on here? Oh.
Sorry, that's me. That whole issue I was saying earlier with the custom spell not being put in there. I'm trying to fix that, so disregard that.
Okay. All right. Do you guys want to try and give chase? You following up?
I would like to yell out to everybody. I think the threat is gone. I don't think a chase would be a good idea in this blizzard. Everybody should get inside. Lock the doors.
Would nod in agreement, and he would offer everybody to make them tea.
Well, I don't know. You know, we're gonna get to what exactly you are, good sir, real fast. But and what you are, good sir, and whatever you are, sir, ma'am.
I agree. They're all very interesting people, but I'm not sure that's the most pressing.
Deimos would return Korvar's question with, I would answer any questions you have over a cup of tea.
Well, can we gather the bodies? I mean, I think I failed too off in the distance. I believe that is meat, and the fur could be of use, especially in this colder environment, correct?
If we give chase to a pack, you're likely to get ambushed.
As you guys stand there, you see now some figures start to reemerge through the fog, and these figures are humanoid in nature, and as they get closer, you can tell that they are pretty much all adorned in like a dark black leather with a black leather sort of shawl, and each of them have a hood as well. Most of them carry long swords or short swords, the occasional with a bow, and they sort of emerge around, not entirely like surrounding you, just sort of like semicircle from towards town side, and you just see this the one person that's leading, like the front of them, stands a bit taller, with long draping hair, black, and as they get closer, you can see that this the skin texture is like this matte black. The eyes sheen with like a black iris, and the actual attire is a lot nicer than what you've seen in this town so far, where most people wear these shoddy or tattered clothes. This is actually like a really nice sort of cotton cloak with like fur inlays on the inside, and you just hear this, "Well done. I have to say I'm very impressed." And it's the same lady that's standing there before you.
Korvar takes off his tricorn and bows, and obviously.
Well, I have to thank you for freeing my town of this attack. We were disposed for the moment, but I appreciate your help. And she goes up to the man on the floor who's sort of still clutching at his chest. She offers him a hand up, and he sort of looks a little confused at her, but then like grabs her hand anyway and sort of stands up, and she palms him off to two of the other like townsfolk, which you guys now know as what they call the Shade Watch, which is like the local authorities here at Jorenn Village. So, perhaps you are after a reward.
Well, most certainly. I believe I can speak for everyone in the party. A reward would be most beneficial.
Well, you all seem to be quite the interesting bunch. Please, I invite you to my house for tea. We'll discuss your reward there. In the meantime...
At the very sound, Deimos would perk his head up with a smile and say, "Absolutely."
In the meantime, the Shade Watch will take care of the remnants of these filthy animals. Please, follow me.
Well, this sounds most agreeable.
I do. Excuse me. The remains. Could if your people are gathering up the remains, could I have a heart, a liver, and a little bit of the hide, please?
We'll see that you get what you want when it comes to their remains. We have no interest in keeping their delicacies. She sort of turns and starts walking off towards the north side of the town. The rest of the Shade Watch, I guess you could call them guards or members, just sort of filter out and start assessing the damage and finding the other bits and pieces of the bodies. What do you guys do?
Well, I don't know about you, but a nice cup of tea sounds delectable, right?
Is it herbal?
Are you asking her?
Well, I guess we'll have to go. I guess we'll have to follow her and find out.
Oh, I was kind of directing that toward the. I know I heard what you had said, but I kind of directed that toward.
I thought she had already walked away.
Well, he's the. I thought someone said that they can serve tea, the turtle.
Oh, whatever you'd like. Tea is one of my favorite passions.
So are you guys following her, or are you just sort of standing around?
Oh, I thought we were
I'm
kind
gonna
of
follow. Yeah, I was gonna say I was following her as we spoke.
Okay.
Adamus will follow, but in wolf form.
Okay. Sure. So you hear this. as like the metal joints sort of creak occasionally.
Well, I've never seen anything like that before.
I believe I have. We call them golems where I'm from.
Really? If that's the case, this is the most versatile golem I've ever seen.
I've seen better.
Okay, so I was just about to say Adam
Uh.
puffs out his chest, and then he hears that, and he just kind of slumps his head forward.
Yeah, his Boschra
Are you
kind of
sure?
shrinks down to normal size, and his claws kind of curl up a bit. He's gonna stalk for a minute, and then watch the metal wolf pass by. Not really sure what that thing is. And
I guess
he'll probably, out of more curiosity than anything, he'll probably follow the rest of you guys just to see kind of what is going on.
Okay.
I was gonna say, while we're walking, I know I was gonna look over at the human and the elf. Just kind of walk closer to those two, away from the three monstrosity-looking things, and just whisper to both of them too. What the hell are those things?
I have no idea.
Michelle will
Deimos
Isn't it
would walk up.
wonderful?
Deimos would walk up to the wolf and go, "I don't know what kind of tea robots drink, but I hope to try."
I can't speak words.
Uh,
Not in this form.
and he just kind of nod his head. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point, I'd probably just like shape change back so I can actually communicate.
Okay, so
Note to self: keep speak with animals on
I
prep.
put my sword back in its sheath, and the lightning turns off because it disappears when you let go of the weapon.
so you guys are following along, and as you are making your way through this town, and like it's a very small town at this stage. There's, you pass by a few of the sort of shanty shack houses, if you can call them that, or more like huts or makeshift buildings that they've tried to erect as housing, and people do live there, and people are starting to come out of their houses again and sort of see what all the commotion was, and you can see some people heading down to where it all happened. As you guys walk by, they give you curious looks, but no one really bats an eye here. A lot of people here are dressed either in simple brown or beige leathers, or cotton, sort of like cotton shirts and stuff with thick coats, or they are part of the armed force of the Shade Watch, which, like I said before, it's more like black leather, black overall or cloak or shawl type of situation going on. And as you walk a little more, the fog is starting to clear up, though it's a short walk, maybe 10 minutes to the house. And as she reaches sort of where she's taking you, you see this much nicer building. It's sort of like this really dark wood hut, if you can call it that, that's got like these two support pillars by the front porch. It's all made of wood. The skirting on the house itself is like this dark blue. Looks to be some sort of wooden tiles. Even the roof itself is made of wooden slates that are supposed to mimic sort of like a brick design, but is actually made of wood on closer inspection. And it looks fairly large compared to most of the buildings. It's maybe as large as the tavern, and it's it's put together a lot better than all the rest of the houses here. And as you get there, she turns to you and she says, "Please follow me." And she walks up the steps and gets a set of keys out, and you hear this, and she walks in. she waits for you.
Well, by all means, as I kind of bow, after all of you very large individuals first.
Upon entering the building, Deimos would bow his head again in thank you, or in a thanks, and then he would follow at her gesture.
Okay.
As Kel walks past Koravar, she's going to use primal savagery and bare her really sharp teeth at him.
He sees this and bows a little further and just
This is
Yeah.
certainly going to be a very interesting conversation.
As
I look
Bashra
forward to it.
cautiously steps into the doorway, he'll kind of growl a bit
Okay.
and enter.
So the first thing that hits you guys as you enter this room is the smell of something that none of you are quite accustomed to. It smells like some sort of spice that hits your nostrils, almost like a chili sensation, but it's different. It's more acrid in nature, and it seems to be pertinent all around the house as you walk in. And it's this very nice entryway that's sort of lined by surprisingly sunflowers to the left and right in pots, somehow growing inside. But as you walk through, it leads to, on the left, this really nice lounge that's got these sort of 3-seater couches on either side of the wood. On the right hand side, you can see what must lead off to perhaps the lavatory or something else, you're not sure. Straight ahead looks like it leads to the kitchen. And excuse me, she points you to the lounge and says, "Please take a seat. I'll be with you momentarily." As you all filter in and either stand or sit amongst the lounge, you hear a fire start. What sounds like maybe boiling a kettle. And this pot is, boiled, brewed, tea is brought out, and she brings it on a tray. It's sort of this large silver tray, and she places it down in the center, and she takes up a seat sort of on the far side near the fireplace, which you can see is currently cold, but she sort of turns to it. And the chair's sort of like in an angle, so you can face the whole lounge room, but at the same time get the heat of the fire. And she just sort of, and the fire comes alight, and it lights this whole room with like an orange glow, which actually reveals some of the vibrant colors in some of the flowers that are decorating like the corners of this room. There's hanging little pot plants, look like tulips. And then she sort of sits back and has a cup of tea. "So, hello. Might you introduce yourselves?"
Deimos, she poured tea for everybody, right? There's
She did.
already made. All right. Deimos after taking a sip of his tea, he would smile and say, "Thank you for this cup," and then he would go, "My name is Deimos Zava. I am a paladin in the who is looking into some rumors I've heard in the area. I'm afraid I didn't catch your name."
Interesting. My name is Arhana Lewin. I am the Shade Master.
I'm sorry, can you spell that into like the keyboard? On like the
Sure.
Thank you.
Wait, so
All right.
are we sitting around a table? Is there a table between us?
It's like a little
Or are
coffee
we-
table, yeah.
Okay.
So,
After that, Deimos would say, "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm afraid I have not met these folks myself either."
oh, I'm sure. I have not either, but you seem quite interesting. So, please, the rest of the introductions.
I am pleased to meet you, very much so. My name is Rim Silesium, and I will try to. I don't. If it makes sense, he's going to bow and try to kiss her on the hand.
So you
That's
walk
why I
up
was
to
asking
her?
about the physicality of the table. Yeah.
Okay. It's probably going to be difficult based on where you're sitting.
Okay. Well, if not, if it's awkward, then no, he would just sort of give a small, polite bow.
No need to do that, thank you. I'm quite alright, and just the Shade Master.
I have also heard strange rumors. I will allow everybody else to introduce themselves.
So, Damos, Nim, and who might you be? And she looks at you, the Dark Elf.
Pleasure to meet you. My name is Corfar Lorin. I'm obviously not from around these parts. I'm in the area. Heard that there was a quite uh, sizable place to find a little bit of obsidian. Sorry, the command of the common language is not my specialty. Sorry, but yes,
Interesting.
Corvar Lorin.
Nice to meet you, Koravar. And I do hope that you find what you're looking for. I have heard of obsidian being common to the northern areas of this part.
That's what I have heard as well, along with a few other things. But I am currently looking forward to the reward that you had mentioned.
Yes, yes.
We did risk our lives.
Oh, of course, of course. We'll get to that, don't you worry. But for now, who might you be? And she looks at the massive lizard folk standing in the room.
Soft ones call me Bashra.
Bashra. Interesting name. You must be from one of the tribes up in the mountains.
I simply nod. I don't really acknowledge that.
It's good to meet one of your kind. And who might you be? And she looks at the human female.
I'm Kel. For work, nothing. I'd like to stay out of your way as much as possible, preferably.
That's quite alright. I do mind my own business, but, you know, I would prefer no troublemakers, so I appreciate that sentiment. So, that leaves us with this peculiar contraption here.
Animus is probably going around and looking at all the flowers and just getting getting Avira out of his chest. So like you guys will see the branches kind of retract back, and this like mechanical bird flutter out from his chest, and then the ribs will coalesce back into like forming over themselves. And he doesn't really say anything.
So you guys just hear this as the bird sort of flits around. She just sort of looks curiously. Interesting. I feel there's more that meets the eye with this one. Nevertheless, you all have done this town a service. I appreciate that, especially while the Shade Watch was indisposed. So, your reward: 50 gold for each of you for your service. And my personal thanks.
That is very kind of you. I appreciate it.
This is most welcome. Thank you very much.
There is something more that, if you're interested, would be helpful to me.
Animus will talk for the first time and say, "How can we help you?"
Interesting.
Oh my God, they talk. I didn't think they
Interesting.
talked. I'm sorry. I've never seen a golem talk before.
Until this day, neither
I'm
have
not sure I agree with you.
Very well.
Korvar, if you please.
Adamus nods and simply says, Adamus.
Well, there are certain members within this town that need to be rooted out. I'm sure by this point you've heard of the uprising of a cult in my town. Perhaps some of you have heard. For those of you that haven't, there's a sect of people that seem to be obsessed with this artifact or relic of some kind up in the northern parts of the Umber Hills. Quite what they're searching for there, no idea, but to be honest, it's ludicrous. That place is a desolate wasteland of ash grass, or what we call the shade grass. You would be privy to a rather handsome reward if you could root these people out for me.
You would like us to fight a cult for you?
Fight? No. If it comes to that, then I suppose, but all I want is them apprehended, or at least identified, so I can deal with them myself.
Hmm.
And you don't know what they're after?
In relation to what this relic or artifact may be, I have no idea, but I know it is some sort of relic.
I'm looking around, everyone being quiet. Might I ask what is this cult worshiping or in service to? Do we at least know that, or do you at least know that?
I'm afraid not one person knows much more than I. Sadly, all I know is that they are searching for the relic up in the Umber Hills. More than that, we're not sure.
So you don't know if they're dangerous, but you want us to get rid of them.
I never said.
Can I make an insight check on that?
Sure. Not get rid of them, I never asked that. I just want to be able to identify them so that I may speak to them myself. I don't really want whispers and development of a cult in my town.
I can understand that. Is this the Umber Hills? Is that very close or not far off of the Grey Valley?
The Umber Hills is just south of the Grey Valley. In fact, it's between here and the Grey Valley. But I would be careful around that area. The Umber Hills themselves are very dangerous. The Grey Valley, well, that's even more so.
Yes. I've read the calamity that took place near about 100 years ago. The dragon. I understand. I do need to go to the Great Valley, and it's between the Umber Hills are between me and my goal anyway. So I'm all in, as you would say.
Demos, with your insight check, you can tell that she's very intrigued by you all, and she is genuinely looking for your help. Beyond that, you're not sure. She's pretty hard to read.
Okay. Demos would say, I'd be happy to look into this. I don't much to prefer this go to killing if we can avoid it, however.
Oh, absolutely. I would much rather them alive. Don't want blood on my hands now.
Would you happen to have any leads we could follow up on?
Leads? Well, I know of one vague description of someone. I have not yet had the time myself to route them out. but I can give you these details if you accept my offer.
Adamus is just going to start taking out his notebook and his pencil and just start sketching the group as this goes on.
You did mention, well, I mean, I'd like to say I'm all in regardless, but what type of reward would you be providing for the routing of these evil cultists?
100 gold each.
I'm in.
100 gold would make for a nice new tea set.
It would. Do you like mine? And you
I
pay a
absolutely
bit more
do.
attention to it, and the tea set that you have, or at least that she has on the table there on the silver platter, is now you notice it's this very fine china set with like one of those what are they called, blue lily flowers that sort of pattern its way around.
Would I happen to already know what type of tea she serves?
Make a nature check.
Pushing, but can I make advantage for my tea obsession?
You are proficient in brewers as we discussed, so yes.
You said nature?
Yes. Natural 20. All right. You are not familiar with the spice of the particular tea. It's definitely not something from the area that you're used to, nor of a common one. But when you taste it on your next sip, you taste this very familiar scent, and you realize it's the same scent that comes from the room itself. And piecing two and two together with what she said, it must be some strain of shade grass tea.
Deimos would take a sip and then say, "Yeah, yes, your tea set is quite exquisite. I must ask, what is the spice in this?
Another tea
Would you happen to have
enthusiast.
some I can use?" Yes, it is one of life's greatest pleasures to me.
I agree. After a stressful day, a cup of tea is just what we all need. But
I
yes,
believe there's no greater story than one told over a cup of tea with some strangers.
I agree. Now, in terms of some tea that you may have, I can give you enough for a pot now, and if you like, I may have enough for 5 more when you return from the quest, simply as a personal favor.
That would be magnificent. I'd absolutely adore.
So I take it that you accept my quest then?
Anything for a fellow tea enthusiast.
Thank you. And the rest of you?
It sounds interesting. I'd be happy to investigate, especially with that amount of gold on the line.
Very well.
Be happy to.
Adamus
At least look into it.
Of course. Adamus?
nods.
Very strange you are. Very well. So, now that you have agreed, there is the one that we have somewhat identified. There are sort of misleading, perhaps, information on this one, and it's strange we have only been able to uncover one. I fear that it's an inside job on the Shade Watch part. You see, I have put my own members of the Shade Watch at task for this, but they have not yet recovered anything, and these are quite well paid authority figures, so for them not to be able to find anything is quite concerning. That is why I ask you for help. So the description that they have returned, at least, is of one female figure. She seems to have hair that's down to shoulder length. They left or omitted the colour. We do not know the colour. She seems to be maybe a little bit younger than middle-aged, and wears I believe a cloak. Let me check my descriptions here. I wrote it down as a note so I would remember. It's always good to have notes, you see. Yeah, so she apparently wears this type of one of those half cloaks with a hood. That's the only description I was given. Quite frankly, a lot of people match that description, which is why I need you to suss it out.
Where was this woman seen?
They were apparently seen on the outskirts of Jorenn village, heading into the village itself. Apparently, she took up lodging in one of the residential houses, and that was that.
And while we're looking for this woman with ties to this cult, we have your go ahead with questioning some of the villagers.
Of course. I will write you a note for any of the Shade Watch members that might question you, if at all. Shady dealings are admittedly not quite far out of this town's reputation.
And what of the Shade Watchers? Can we question them?
I would be cautious on doing so, but you do have my permission.
Why cautious?
While they fall under my jurisdiction and suffer any punishment that I deal if they fall out of line, they are still independent people. I cannot control their actions. So, if you anger one, or they seem to be caught out or put in a corner, they might not take so kindly to it.
Do you think, as Beisha is sniffing and kind of messing around with Korvar's hair, he's kind of pushed him aside and stop it? Are there any within town that seem additionally? You stop it. Anything else unusual?
No, unusual. Not that I'm aware of. It seems that I have to do some cleaning of the cobwebs in this house. I apologize if they're bothering you.
No, it's nothing. It's nothing you're doing. It's this large lizard man. He is. I have a weird cowlick now, I guess.
Well,
yeah, Bosch's tongue every once in a while is like seems very curious about Korvar.
Very strange group you are, but I appreciate your talents at least. But no,
Normally, I'd charge for this. Stop.
Adamus, seeing what the interaction is going on between them, is curious enough to go around the other side and start picking at him as well.
Okay, well,
It appears that wizard has something very interesting in his hair.
Deimos would attempt to stand up and offer both the metallic man and the dinosaur some tea and say, how about we try some of this instead? I'm certain that he would appreciate it, as I gesture down to Korvar.
Adamus takes the cup from you, looks at it, looks at you, and you realize he has no mouth. His face is just eyes, and there's nowhere for the tea to go.
We will find a way to give you tea.
It's important.
Right, well,
it's important.
Speaking of important, I do have things I need to attend to now that it is relatively later in the morning, and I'm afraid we have to all get going. So,
may I offer breakfast and drinks on me at the tavern, so we can all get to know each other better when we can let this fine woman get back to her.
That sounds wonderful. Nim, you said?
Yes.
Well met.
The same.
She starts scribbling something on a piece of parchment real quick, signs it off, and then hands it to, or like puts it on the table and says, "For your use in your investigations."
Deimos would take it, and then he would stick his finger up and go, "You mentioned some ingredients before I left."
Yes. Quite sharp, aren't you? I simply forgot. I apologize. Let me go and fetch them. She gets up.
That
and
would be wonderful.
she's very graceful when she moves. You notice that I'd say with most of your passive insights, she's very she controls everything that she does. She doesn't do anything haphazardly. Even walking around or circumventing the table and room full of people, she seems to gracefully step in between each of you, almost kind of, I guess you could describe in, exaggerated tales as ghost-like. But nevertheless, she makes her way to the other side of the room without tripping, touching, or hitting anybody inside the room. And she returns moments later with a small, what are they called? What's that, like, patchwork material that's got sort of got the mesh, but it's like a flask
tea pouch.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, but like a meshed, very fine meshed material that is closed with a string, and inside you can see these very finely, not quite ground, but more looks like they've been chopped up and stuff. Little ash stalks, like ash colored stalks. She hands it to you.
Taking it, he would bow once more and say, "Thank you. It is very uncommon to find tea that I don't recognize. This has been a magical experience."
Well, I am glad to find a fellow tea enthusiast. And if you are looking for some more robust tea, I suppose you could say, I would certainly head down to Singorn, the city of the elves, though you may have a harder time getting into it nowadays. But if you do, they have some exquisite tea.
I must get down there one day. Thank you for this.
By all means. Good day. And she sort of stands up and ushers you out of the front door. You all get up and leave the warmth of the house that has been slowly acclimatizing to you guys. And as you stand outside, you walk outside the door, that cold wind hits you again, and it sort of brings like this really cold chill to your body. And for those that it affects, you get like a shiver down your spine.
I put my cloak up, or my duster up a little tighter.
Adamus, you feel that you hear the plates of your body just slowly, like, just let a low as they sort of contract again from the changing temperature. Can't hear you. Voice.
Yeah, sorry, all good. I was just confused for a second. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, what do you wish to do? It's now maybe 7-ish, it's 7:30 in the morning. The fog has now lifted. You can see clearly. And what's left of the town, there are sort of people, I wouldn't say walking about, I'd say more lurking about in this town. Everyone seems shifty, which most of you are quite accustomed to at this point.
Well,
I
since
believe-
it's early in the morning,
Yeah, as I say, I believe Nim has offered us all breakfast at the tavern.
I have.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not hear that. Thank you, Nim. I must have like lizard spit in my ear or something.
And
Yeah.
Deimos would turn to
Awesome.
Korvar and say, "And I'd still be happy to answer any questions you may have."
Do they put your kind in soup?
No, while similar, we are unrelated. Well, he would turn and look at Basha and go, "They might."
Oh yeah, looking at him, seeing him on the battlefield, he looks like he eats anything.
Teacup, not good.
We'll work on that. I'll make sure of it.
Yeah.
Picks out parts of the teacup.
This expensive teacup that's just sort of fine china, you're just spitting out pieces onto the ground as they hit the ground.
Still very keenly interested in Korvar for unknown reasons.
Which I kind of like lightly kind of like slug him on the arm a little bit, and I'm sorry for kind of slinging that spell on you earlier. It made you really big. I figure that you were one of the best ways to get rid of them things.
Not giving you any personal space whatsoever. He's literally just like hovering over you most of the time.
I look back at everyone else with this kind of pleading, helpless, like help me. Look.
Adamus is sketching this fervently.
Let's all. Oh, do you sketch as well? Probably better than mine. Let's all just. Let's go get some breakfast. This is.
Sounds like he's munching on some nuts.
Food is always good.
We know how that worked last time for Ted.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you gotta watch out with those. No dungeon nuts.
For some reason,
no dungeon nuts.
For some
That's
reason,
a
we're
TPK.
itching and like takes a few steps away from the not Ted person.
Seeing the uncomfortability that Korvar has, Deimos would try to position himself between Vashra and Korvar. Not like aggressively or anything, but just like trying to give the space.
Yeah.
Don't interrupt their love.
Look, above all else, Deimos is a shield, and this looks like Korvar needs it more than any damage he could take.
Okay, so you make your way over to the tavern or the inn?
Which one has better breakfast?
Whichever I think has better food.
Probably the tavern.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, let's go to the tavern.
Alright, so you make your way over to the boarded tavern. The city streets are now pretty saturated with moisture as the fog settled and cleared, and the dew of the morning seeped into it. Every step that you take is now as you walk along in this town. The streets are unpaved; they're just mud, and all the people around seem to give curious glances here and there. They're not staring at you; they're just sort of, as they walk by, minding their own business, clearly up to something. Each of them, they give you curious looks and then move on. But you make your way over to the tavern, and you open the door, and there's still that unconscious dwarf person that's at the table.
Before we get too far away, Korvar would remember. Oh, she was supposed to give me animal parts. Very quickly, Korvar, I apologize real fast, and I kind of run back, or move as quick as I can back to the Shade Master and knock on the door. Shade Master, Shade Master, Shade Master, Shade Master, Shade Master.
Yes.
I am so sorry, but the animal parts, the hides, the livers, the hearts, whatever else you scavenged, you said that you would give those to me?
Yes, but it hasn't been more than 20 minutes. It takes time to scavenge parts.
Okay, I forgot to mention it, and I just wanted to. Should I come back later, like later in the afternoon?
Maybe if you find something with your searches, then yes. But I'll be dropping off the requested parts to the tavern or the inn.
At the inn, I have a room there. I'm sure I'll talk to the innkeeper. Thank you. I'm sorry, and I kind of like bow awkwardly and kind of run back to the party.
Day. She closes the door. You run back and you meet up with the party back in the boarded tavern that are now starting to order their food. So I'm guessing you all get some breakfast?
Yeah, I'll pay for everything. Nim pays for everything.
Okay.
All but Adamus, who is sitting in a booth across from you guys, separate from you guys, drawing you guys.
Okay, so Nim, that's going to be a silver piece for all those meals.
Just you say 1 silver piece?
1 silver piece. It's
Alrighty.
not good food here. It's not the worst, but it's not good. But yeah, so meals are brought out, and it's sort of like this semi-stale mashed potato with gravy that probably should have been in a colder environment for a little bit longer, and some like dried out tomato pieces on the side. For those that are wanting some meat, it's kind of like this really, really chewy chicken, but it's a meal. It's better than rations.
Excuse me,
I think so.
serving person. Do you have any Earl Grey?
Standing before you, it's just this younger girl, maybe in her late teens, with sort of a tied back ponytail hair. Everyone's hair here is like very greasy and dirty, just from this state of living. She's sorry, what was that? She comes back over.
Yeah, tea, Earl Grey, English breakfast teas, anything other than herbal.
I don't know what English
Interrupting
is.
the conversation, Deimos would pull out a pouch from his own collection and say, if you could just bring some hot water, I can make what he's asking.
Yes, I can bring some hot water. Yes, of course. She kind of gives you a strange look, however, as she leaves. She brings back like this sort of pitcher of hot water. You can see the steam very vigorously leaving the kettle or the pot.
Oh, thank you.
Deimos would spend some time while everything else is going on. He'd bring out all his little bits and he'd start to brew the tea. And as he finished, he would bring out his own small cup and he would pour it in, and he would say, "A cup carried close to heart is the best cup to serve tea in." And then he would hand it over to Korvar.
For the meat that they brought out, you said it was like a chicken, some type?
Yeah, it's like cut and carved pieces, like really shoddily cut pieces of chicken. Yeah, like a whole plate.
Yeah, Bosra would look at it and just more, and just kind of motion more food.
The serving girl like nods at you in like a "don't eat me" kind of thing. Quickly runs back to the kitchen, maybe 5 minutes or so later, brings out another plate, same size of chicken.
Yeah, he sniffs it, reaches down and takes out a little pouch, almost, and pinches some stuff and sprinkles it on the chicken, sniffs it again, and then eats it.
Okay.
He's got a herbalism kit, so
Yeah, no problem.
he's gotten used to spices.
So this is where we're going to take a break. We're going to take a 15-minute break and pick up the session at the tavern. All right.
Alrighty. Cool.
Okay.
He's just wiping off Bosra's spit.
Pretty much. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's what's going on. I mean, look, Bashra isn't exactly the most eloquent eater at a dining table, so probably
God, there's
food
tons of
going
food
everywhere.
on my...
So what you're saying... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was like, oh my God, you just made me realize like there's chunks of like warg meat on my face and in my hair from him sniffing and licking my hair.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
I mean, there's blood.
Sorry.
No, there's blood on. I think it'd be Nim and Damos. Your shell is pretty coated in blood as well.
These things happen.
Yeah, I keep enjoying the fact that I have a couple kits with me, and that's why I kind of like the idea that he got used to, and he kind of enjoys the little bit of spices now. So every once in a while, he'll sprinkle it on something.
I don't know if it's what you're going for, but I like to imagine that he doesn't know any of the different spices, so he just grabs a little bit every time and has no clue what he's throwing on it. Just
He has no idea if what he grabs is poisonous or not. All he knows is it tastes good. So
could be putting some tea flakes on there.
You know, I had a paladin that did that. that like whatever like spices or whatever or mushroom flakes or just whatever was around, he would just do that and like sprinkle on. And he ended up giving himself an incurable skin disease.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. If you
See-
guys go around, putting like tiefling horn on your freaking meals, then yeah, something's gonna happen.
Some of us are immune to disease, so when we sprinkle I know, right? The remains of our last kill onto the meat that we had because we liked the flavor of the last one. It doesn't matter if it's not exactly cured correctly.
But yeah, cool.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right, so you finished your meals, or at least you're partaking in it. Is there anything you wish to talk about?
If you don't mind, while we're all kind of sitting here, I have the most amazing magical trick I can show you all.
Sure, go ahead.
It requires a silver piece from someone else.
Here, have one of mine.
Cool. It's thank you very much. And so I can take this and I can make it completely disappear, like from this plane. As I put it down and I roll my sleeves up all the way to the like my upper arms, and I hold my hands up. See, I can't hide it up my sleeves. I can't put it in my shirt or anything. I'm gonna make this one silver piece and I kind of roll it in my fingers. Thank you, bud. And I am going to make it completely disappear. As I pick up the gold pay, the silver piece, excuse me, I flick my hand and I slip it into my wrist pocket, and it is completely gone.
Adamus, seeing you do this, comes up and grabs one of the gold pieces he just got and does the same thing.
Okay, I would like to. I'm gonna scrutinize this. And is that the exact same spell that I just cast? Wrist pocket.
Yeah. But yeah, in fact, this metal contraption actually seems to do it with a few less words than you.
Wow, so
Wow.
Adamus, that's impressive. You graduated to gold piece.
With this look on my face, I flick my wrist, and there's a silver piece. I put it back down. That's impressive, Colin.
Adamus.
I apologize. That's very impressive, Adamus. Mental note. Watch that thing.
So, Adamus, now that you've joined us, may I ask? Hopefully, I'm not being too forward in asking what you are.
I am living.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I am living.
All right, that's good enough for me.
And you?
I am an elf from the Cliff Keep Mountains. This is one of some of the most interesting people I've ever seen, all gathered in the same place.
Agreed.
Yes, interesting. Very quite. Yes. Did
I foresee quite an exciting hunt.
I'm sorry, Adamus. What are you exactly? I mean, I've seen things like you, and I mean, they're normally offshoots of wizards and other arcanists. But you're the first one I've seen under some type of control.
I was forged from the storm in the highest mountain by the Armorer Queen for protection of a soul that I was not able to save.
Until you threw the soul you were unable to save. I mean, I was entirely gonna, riposte that with a byproduct of a wizard. But that's quite interesting.
Silence.
As you guys are having a meal and sort of conversing, he is. And you look over and it's this dwarf guy that has been sort of half off of his chair, is now woken up, and he looks just like half of his hair is like constantly in this state of just sort of windswept. Even when he gets up, the gravity doesn't seem to affect it as there's so much grime and grease in it. He's been in that position for so long. He looks over at you guys. Just like falls back asleep.
Adamus goes over to him,
Yep.
casts level 1 cure wounds on him, so he is no longer drunk, and then hands him more ale.
Does that work?
It does, doesn't it?
Thank you. Continues to drink. You sort of see that using your passive insight, he looks like in disbelief, as if he's seeing something that he's probably dreaming, or at least like, got the whole like drunk colors on his face kind of thing. It feels like he's in a daydream, but he's happy to have a drink, so he keeps drinking.
Notwithstanding that that person, are you all okay with this going into the Umbra Hills, to find this cult? Because I've heard some rumors about it last night before this happened, and it might be a little more serious than what the Shade Master had led to believe.
Well, I don't know. It sounded fun to me. Why? What information do you?
Well, so I was actually in here late last night, just talking to the crowd and telling a few stories. Which, by the way, I have to tell you about the Ashgard garrison sometime. It is, but it's so this human, I believe, came up to him and was talking about the cult and trying to find this very powerful artifact, but he didn't lead it to believe that it was only a handful, but more like a couple dozen, and I use the term legion very loosely.
Look, this is the best offer of work I've had since I got here. I'm a little desperate for room and food. I could use it.
No, and I agree with you, Kel. Yeah, sorry, names. And I agree with you. This is the first little bit of gold that I've been able to earn in a hot little minute. But I just don't want us to judge the iceberg by the little bit that's poking out the water.
All right. Well, I guess we should be careful then.
Well, most certainly, and I will ask a favor, since we are going to where I need to go anyways, a little further north of the Umbra Hills. There's a nice little place called the Great Valley. I'm looking for a chunk of obsidian, and if we're going that way anyways, a few more miles north wouldn't hurt us, and I could certainly use your help.
A particular chunk of obsidian, or just
No, not
obsidian?
not particular. Just a. You're the first ones I've talked to. I want to brag a little bit. You're the first ones I've talked to about this. I'm developing a spell, a very special spell, and in order to make it work, I need about a good. And correct me if I'm wrong, DM. About a
a pound to 5 pound piece of obsidian.
Yeah, enough for a handful.
Yeah, so I need about a good, say, a pound to 5 pounds chunk of obsidian, and it's only a few miles north.
All right. Can I look at Beishra? What's Beishra doing?
He's just standing around, apparently. He just kind of gets up and just sort of looks around. Looks a bit lost.
Yeah, turns his back to us.
Yeah.
I was going to try to insight. I was going to try to see if I could read his intentions.
You can try.
I can't even see his face.
You can try and read his body language.
He is face down in a pile of chicken right now.
Oh, no, sit back
Jay's
down.
chicken?
There you go.
I while you were standing up, I was trying to look at you and try to read your intentions, Beishra.
For right now, I'm currently engaged in eating as much chicken as I can.
Called it.
Fantastic. He looks very hungry.
That is the extent of my my line of thinking at the moment.
Kel will shove the rest of her plate over. She didn't really touch the meat too much, and she'll shove it over to Beishra as well if he would like it.
Oh, I immediately eat it.
All right.
Well, I mean, if you need to kind of pass that maiden, I mean, this little bit of chicken wasn't enough for me either. I can understand what he was doing. It's okay. Serving girl?
Yes. Yes? Hi.
Do you have anything other than chicken at the moment?
No. Unfortunately.
Could you crispy it a little bit, and I'll pay for another order.
Sure. That'll be 2 copper pieces, please. And I'll make it extra crispy.
I will give her 4 and wink at her.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh. Do we have a charismatic wizard?
We'll find out.
Or is he just trying to be?
19?
She looks at you and she goes, just like turns and walks away. But she takes the chicken back, comes back a few moments later, and it's like this. For bad meat, it's perfectly char-grilled.
That is most certainly crispy. Thank you very much, young girl.
Of course. Anything else you need? Perhaps you would like a drink for the table?
Will it be fry broiled as well?
No.
I'm good.
Okay. She just walks away.
All right. May I ask, if we're all going into this, potentially going into combat together, probably, I imagine. May I ask how you all, any sort of specialties? You all appear quite capable in a fight to me.
Deimos would turn and look to him and go, well, back where I trained, we called ourselves Paladins of the Ancients. I am a protector. I am here to find the balance. And I would find that my specialty as well.
All right. Well, me personally, I guess I should state myself. I can handle myself. Not the most destructive in a fight. I mostly specialize in the gathering of information. But I'll do my best to help. To control.
Deimos would tap on his shell and go, I do all right with protection.
I can see that, my friend.
And, by all means, Adamus, go right ahead.
So Adamus takes from he's got this belt around him, and on one side you can see that there's a book latched in with a pouch, and the other side there's like these little vials, and each of them have different kind of berries in them. And next to that there's a couple of pencils and then a canister. He grabs the canister from his belt, sprays this kind of it's like this purpley color spray into his hand, and from it a knife forms of crystalline ice.
You just did what now? I'm sorry.
Basically, just cast ice knife.
She does a little bit of magic like I do. Just
I stop eating my chicken and look at the knife.
No.
Pick it up.
I'm sorry, Baisha. Baisha. How do you pronounce her name? I'm sorry.
Bashra.
Bashra. I'm sorry. She does magic like I do.
Deimos would try to simplify it, going, magic is the control of the nature around you, my friend.
No, that's actually incorrect. It's the manipulation of the magic around you.
Turning to Korvar, he'd go, don't confuse the man who's already licking your hair.
Fair point.
I'm kind of trying to see where there's the actual person inside Adamus. I'm trying to pull open plates and find it.
I reach over and try to wrap my hands around Bashra's massive hands as I snap my fingers, and dancing lights appears to his right, and in the shape of a humanoid, and just kind of dancing around and moving, and exactly like go toward the light.
Completely distracted.
So, and in answer to the other question to Nim, I believe. I'm sorry. I have a little bit of everything, depending on what you want to do. I actually specialize in the manipulation of gravity.
Interesting.
While you guys are... Sorry, go for it, Cal.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna... I'm a druid, sort of like Adamus, but I specialize in stars as well.
I'm
Is
sorry.
that what you are?
What do you mean by
I was...
stars? I'm sorry, Nim. This star.
No,
stars.
go ahead.
No. What do you mean by stars? Like the points in the sky, like the things very far away that exert gravity?
Yes, the stars up there. I use them to navigate. I was a navigator on the ship for a while, many years. And then, is anyone watching us right now, other than our group and
Make
the dwarf?
Perception check. The dwarf isn't watching you. He's too busy drinking away. He looks still slurred.
Nim, I apologize. I didn't really mean to interrupt you, but Kel, you were also a navigator. I served aboard the Wayfinder.
I got a 16 for the perception, but yes, I was. I was a navigator on a pirate ship, though.
Oh, I was aboard a merchant ship. We've been attacked by. We were attacked by many of your kind, but I was. It's interesting that I was also a navigator as well.
Just as this sort of awkward moment happens, you take a moment to look around, Kel. You notice one person in the corner, like on the far corner, that you hadn't noticed before, as they're like dark clothes and they're sort of in this dim lit part. They're not listening or watching you that you know of. They're just sort of there minding their own business, sort of scrawling on a piece of paper. But at that moment, the door opens and you feel this chill come across you guys again as the winter's air fills the tavern, and 4 figures walk in, and they're sort of mid-conversation. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of dangerous. Maybe we shouldn't do that today. Maybe we should find some hired hands. I'm not quite sure. No, I think it'd be fine. We're quite strong. We can manage the trek. And they sort of make their way up to the barkeep, and they order a round of hot drinks. What just seems to be some sort of like hot water, with maybe some infusions. And they also order a round of bread, like hot bread. And they sit at a table sort of nearer to the bar than you guys. They just continue their conversation.
I will keep looking at our party as we talk amongst each other, but I'm going to try to listen in on what that other group is saying.
Deimos would turn to Korvar and ask if he heard the same call of opportunity that he had heard.
I'm sorry. What about Carbor? I'm sorry.
Said Deimos would turn to you and ask if you had also heard that call of opportunity
Call of opportunity for what? I'm sorry.
walking through the door.
Possibly, but as I kind of turn back and look, kind of just cast a glance at Kel. Sure, Demos. Yes.
Deimos would stand up and gesture for Korvar to come with him, and he would go and approach the people walking in.
I actually kind of resist getting up as I'm in a moment.
Okay. So Damos, you approach the people at the table.
Yeah, I'm going to approach them.
As you start walking over, you catch a glance of their. You catch a glance of their conversation, right before they stop as they see you approaching, and they're sort of mid-conversation, still talking about it. I told you, we can't. We're simply too dangerous. You can't travel up there without... Hello?
Deimos would go, "Hello, my friends. I overheard that you had some troubles, and I've found in my journeys that I can often assist. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Deimos Zava." Deimos would talk fairly slowly here.
Right. Deimos. Okay. It is rather rude to listen in on people's conversations, for starters. But
I apologize. It's hard to not hear certain things when you get to my age.
he looks to the woman, and you see now there are four of them. There are 3 males and 1 female, and the one male is sort of like this middle-aged man with short black slick hair slick with grease. Seems to be wearing this sort of common scuffed leather armor, a short sword at his waist. His facial features are sort of rough and rather swollen, and there's sort of a couple nicks in his skin from maybe previous battles and wear and tear, just sort of over the years. The other one is sort of like this younger man with brown hair. It's kind of short, a bit longer than the first one, and he wears this shoddy sort of chainmail that you can just sort of see through the coat that he's wearing, which is also pretty shoddy. The chainmail seems to be missing a few links here and there. He's wearing this sword that's maybe a little more curved than a short sword, and his face sort of generally looks a little bit more enthusiastic, a little brighter, I guess, than the rest of them, perhaps due to age. And he's sort of wearing this dark green cloak. Then there's the woman that's sort of sitting to the right of where you are. She's got this sort of strawberry blonde hair that flows down to her shoulder blades, though it's pretty gritty hair like most people in this town. And it's sort of like it's a little bit of a contrast to her smooth skin that doesn't seem to have many perforations or any sort of markings at all. And she's got like this cute little button nose. And she sort of wears this sort of half cloak that's black, and it has like this hood, but they're all wearing their hoods down at this stage. She's wearing this sort of dark brown leather armor. And then sorry, there are 5 of them. My bad. There are 5 of them. The 4th guy is sort of a little bit older, maybe sort of late 40s. He's got like this widow's peak in his dark black hair that's very short. He's got like this very intense stare. He hasn't talked yet that you know of. And he's got like these very thick eyebrows. They're sort of not a monobrow, but like each eyebrow is just a thick bush across his face. And it's a little harder to tell what he's wearing aside from this like really thick long cloak that's sort of like this darker brown color, and leather boots from underneath, which you can tell are very dirty and muddy. And then the final man, which is sitting sort of on the far side, he's got this long black hair down to his shoulders with a very square jawline. He's got similar brown square stitch leather that just appears to have like a short sword across his back. Inexpensive fur cloak. They all seem to be dressed similarly. But as he looks to the woman, alright, well, would you like to help us on our journey then, Demos?
Demos would turn to the one who's speaking to him and go, what kind of journey? I simply overheard that you guys felt there may be a danger to yourselves, and I would be beside myself to allow that if I could help, if I could prevent it.
Well, we're heading north on an expedition. We plan to acquire something that's lost to us. One of our previous journeys there, we seem to have run into a bit of trouble, and we left something there. And now we wish to obviously retrieve it, but we do not want to go unprepared. But I believe that we are capable of doing it ourselves. But the rest seem to disagree with me. She sort of like looks at the rest of them. They're sort of like...
Deimos would say, well, while I may not speak for my companions, I do have some friends who may also further bolster your chances. Could there perhaps be any more details you have where this artifact may, or where this item may be, or?
And on the guy, I know that Demos was kind of pulling me up. I glare over at Kel for a moment, DM, before I get up and walk over toward Demos. And hello, I'm so sorry. My partner here, Mr. Demos. I'm part of the group of friends he is. I'm sorry, I was not. My name is Corvar.
Okay, well, it seems like you are all very interested in our conversation then. And she sort of looks over to the rest of you at the table. Why don't you all just come and join in our conversation? Why not? More the merrier.
Nim looks very
apologize.
disappointed in his friends because he was trying to listen to them without knowing, without them.
I apologize. I find myself often trying to help anyone who is in danger.
Yes, well...
I'm sorry, DM. It's not a spell. It's a racial or a class ability that I would like to do.
Okay.
So I can do it. I can do it. Actually, I didn't even say it's as an action. So
which one are you? Which one? Half or double?
Large or smaller. Weight is halved.
Okay. Okay. While this conversation is going on with the group, Kel, after the glance with, from Korva, you feel lighter, and it's kind of uplifting. And then all of a sudden, you start slowly just floating up just a little more, you feel your bones almost lighten, and it's very disconcerting.
Would I have been able to make the connection that since Korovar mentioned his specialty was gravity and suddenly I'm floating after a glare, that it was probably his fault?
Yeah, and at that moment, suddenly you impact the ground as your weight is feels like it's doubled. Every bone and every tissue fiber in your body just sort of doubles up and becomes increasingly more dense, and you'll actually cause the floorboards to bend a little bit underneath you. Everyone sort of looks over at this noise. You're right there.
Yes, someone just decided that he was going to be a dick today.
Can't hear you, Korva.
Push to talk.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I was talking Drow for a minute. Don't worry about her. She ate too much for lunch or for breakfast. I'm sorry. We're talking about you though, and this thing that we're trying to help you out.
Look, if you are truly interested, all of you, then
We are.
Find a way to tag you along as escorts, I guess, mercenaries, hired hands, whatever you wish to be called. All we need is to retrieve the item that we lost.
Well, keep in mind we are already on our way to do something.
Well,
And
yes.
we are, and this thing that he is trying to find, which we're obviously going to help you out, because we are the helpers of the city, and we just defeated a few of the wargs and everything. Can you tell us a little bit about this artifact that you're trying to find?
Artifact?
Relic, thing, item. I'm sorry, my common is not that good. I normally speak Drow.
Look, it's simply just a sword that we lost, okay? We've enchanted it before, and now we want it back. We lost it. I don't know what relic you're talking about.
Well, I'm sorry. Relic meant item. Sorry, Drow. Conversion to common. I apologize.
Make a deception check.
Fuck.
I'm just sitting here eating chicken, watching all this happen. Just I believe firmly that every humanoid besides me in this bar has some type of magical ability at this point.
I'm gonna like to call that a natural 20 plus 4.
All right. She gives you this curious look, and then look, you can come along. We'll pay you for your time. All we need is just protection. That's it. No questions asked. No roundabout way. No nothing. If you want, we can hold hands. I don't give a shit. Just do your job.
And we will do our job spectacularly. I promise you. See that lizard boy? He is a big engine of destruction, especially when I make him bigger. But this item that you're looking for, the sword, are you looking for it because it's special to you few individuals, or are you part of a larger group at all?
No, it's just the four of us. We want our sword back. We made it together.
Deimos would politely look to Korvar and go, perhaps privacy is something we should practice.
I'd listen to
I
my
am
friend.
completely private, Deimos. I'm just not very. What's the word? I don't know the common word for this. I am very
Subtle?
private.
Is subtle
Yes.
the word you're looking for?
Subtle. That's the common word that I'm looking for. I don't know.
Mayhaps I finish this conversation with them before we offend them.
I do know that word. I don't want to offend anyone. Isn't that right, Kel? We shouldn't offend anybody with our histories.
I just told you my occupation.
Kel, you notice the figure in the corner from before is paying attention at this stage.
Just watching?
Yeah. Listening, watching.
I'll tap Adamus on the shoulder. Can I move?
You can
now
move.
that I'm
It's very difficult though.
Okay. I'll very slowly make my way over to Adamus and tap her on the shoulder and point out the other guy.
It's kind of like a moonwalk, and with each step you hear this of the floorboards.
Are you all right?
And then
Yes.
suddenly, like you're trying to push forward, and you almost fall flat on your face as the effect wears off.
After I point out the guy, she's
Corvar
going to
winks.
use Druid Craft, and the smell of a skunk is just going to sort of float around Korvar's head.
I do not have prestidigitation, so I will allow this.
Okay.
Sounds like you have no choice, but
No.
Okay. So,
Yeah, so I'll point it out to Adamus just so someone else is aware of it and is keeping watch as well.
I'll start sketching it just to note it down.
sketching the person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's this sort of. It's got the hood up in the corner, just as he's listening to you guys. It's just sort of like there, just like.
As many details as I can discern.
So you can probably get that it's a male. Aside from that, it's kind of very plain black clothing, black hooded cloak, black boots. Nothing apart from that.
Cool.
Yeah. All right, so fine. 100 gold for safe return from the expedition each.
Certainly. Perhaps I could inquiry of your names if we're going to be traveling together.
Well, I mean, our good friend just said privacy. I mean, we don't really need to know the name of our employer, just that the gold is good, correct?
It is rude to not ask someone their names when they've offered you work.
Your friend
I look over
is.
at our employers and say, they're our employers. We call them sir.
Look, for simplicity, your friend is correct. We'll be using names for this. We don't really care much for yours, but if you wish to know ours, this is Daryl, this is Kino, Trish is my name, Fargo, and William.
Or employer number 1, employer number 2, 3, and
Deimos would stomp on Korvar's foot as he started to speak that sentence. Right, like as soon as he started to speak it, Deimos would step on his foot.
Mistra be damned. Something landed on my foot. I apologize.
I'm concerned for the progress that we will make with this group.
Well, Deimos would turn and point to the orchestrated circus we have behind us and go, "Does that reassure you?"
Not really, no.
Wait and see that one, and then he'll point at Beisha. Don't cast any magic too close to him.
I don't think any of us will be getting quite near him anyway.
I do have a legitimate question, a serious question, if you will, as I'm rubbing my foot.
Yes.
When would you like to set out on this expedition to find your sword?
As soon as we finished breakfast,
Okay.
which you so rudely interrupted.
Well, I mean, you needed help, we needed work. I mean, it's like the fates aligned.
Deimos would apologize for the intrusion and offer a gold piece, or 2 gold pieces rather, and say, "Your meal's on me."
I appreciate that. Now, if you really wish, excuse me, to be a part of this, then please wait somewhere else while we finish our breakfast.
Deimos would nod and kind of push Korvar along with him, using a bunch of his 380-pound weight to make sure he follows.
I don't think Korvar has much weight to resist behind him, so It's not much of an issue.
180 pounds of wet noodle.
Come, my friend. We
Also,
have
that's in the cloak.
done what we needed. And Deimos would then proceed to inform everybody of the information he has.
Did you find out where they're going?
Only that they're heading north. I figured we could have the rest of this conversation on the road.
Wait, is that the same direction we were planning on heading?
It is,
Or-
actually.
Okay, fantastic.
Which speaking of that too, they're heading north to find an artifact, quote unquote, item, sword. The cult is in the north trying to find an artifact as well. Coincidence? I think not.
You know what? I must apologize. I was not a big fan of your going over there and talking to them, but you might have a point. It might be good to keep track of both things at once.
Deimos would agree, and then he'd go, but maybe we should avoid giving away our intentional thoughts. Next
I
time.
don't think I gave away anything, and Nim, you're right. I went over there as the pretense of giving help to secretly find information. I'm good like that.
Yes, I'm sure you are.
I really am.
Okay.
Can I insight check him to see if I actually think he thinks that, or if he's just
Yeah.
bullshitting me?
You can insight check, yeah.
He said, bitch, I am the hype.
I mean, I do think I'm. So I will roll something.
Korva, this would be based on your passive persuasion, which I believe for you is 14. Or 12.
What's passive persuasion? I don't
I
know what
think
that is.
it's 8 plus. Oh, so it'd be 14. 8 plus your proficiency, which is
Passive is usually 10. But it's usually 10 plus.
Oh yeah, 10.
Your
So it's same.
thing.
Works out the same. 10. So it's 14. So what
Yep.
did you roll?
Yeah.
I got a 25 insight.
I mean,
I
he 100% believes that he is probably the best at what he does.
All right. Nim silently disagrees with him. He thinks he is totally by accident.
Okay. So you guys finish your meal. Beisha, you managed to scoff all the leftovers, and you finish up. You pay for the meal, and they finish their breakfast, and they eventually, all four of them, I mean, while continuing their conversation privately, afterwards they make their way over to your table, and Trish stands before you. So, are we ready?
Deimos would turn and look to everybody and say, I believe.
if you'd give us 5 minutes, just so that we can converse amongst ourselves, just for one thing, real fast.
You've had half an hour.
I like you, I really do, and you are exactly right. It is time to go.
They just start walking.
Let us go, please.
I do whisper over real fast that I only have one second level spell slot, so if we can get an hour of rest sometime between now and the next fight, I'll be more effective in battle.
You make your way outside, and in the midst of the bustlingness of, if that's a word, of the town, you walk outside, and it's again very cold, and the mountain range, which you guys have now taken a little bit of time to appreciate, is surrounding this village. There's mountainside as far as you look, every direction except for one, which is towards the south, which is where a lot of you came from. but nonetheless, there are still people lurking about. They all seem to be getting up to whatever they're getting up to, and don't seem to be slowing down. It seems to be their day-to-day, just general mischief, perhaps maybe the occasional innocent deal, but for the most part, it's just a shady town. But the rest of the group that you had conversed with starts making their way up towards an offshoot path, kind of around the left-hand side of the inn, and it seems to be like this sort of mountainous path. There's, again, it's unpaved, but it's the start. And one of the male, which was known as Fargo, which is kind of that middle-aged man with a square jawline, looks back at you, sort of just. Do you guys follow?
Yeah. Can I cast Lay on Hands on myself?
Yeah.
Alright, because I'm at like less than half health, so I need to heal if we're gonna go into dangerous.
Yeah. I mean, you could have taken that time to have a short rest. It was breakfast, after all.
Yeah,
Yes.
Oh, okay, so that was a short rest? Okay.
Yeah, so you could roll some hit dice.
Yeah, if you do your short rest if you want to.
I will use short rest to arcane recovery to get back a spell slot.
I mean, unless the idea of breakfast stresses you out.
I mean,
Not
It
enough
depends
chicken.
on it depends on Bashra's mood.
Kel being a pirate kind of stressed Korvar
Actually,
out.
I'm only missing 3 hit points, so I don't even really need to roll.
That's legit. Like,
Bashra,
legitimately, with his backstory, Kel stressed him out a little bit.
Yeah. So
Bashra's mainly just been observing most of you guys. That's pretty much what he's been doing. He hasn't been aggressive, he's just been watching you. And eating chicken.
Lots of eating chicken.
Question.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
As we were leaving the tavern, or the inn or whatever, did the guy in the corner, did he leave as well, or did he stay? Is he following
he
us?
stayed put, but his eyes followed you.
Okay. As we go, as we're following them, then I'll let everyone else know as well that there was someone watching us. Just as a note.
Hopefully he's just a curious fellow. Hopefully.
I know that we're getting ready to go out on this secondary mission, but if that person was interested in us, should we go back and question him real fast? Just
I
asking.
mean,
I don't know if that's necessary.
Okay. So you following along?
Yeah. Deimos would say to Korvar, when you look like I do, and some of us, stairs are common.
I'll be honest with you, Damos. As many stairs as you get for being a turtle, I get quite a many more for being a drow from Jorhas. So I appreciate you looking out, but you don't need to look out for me.
Okay. So you guys follow along with this group, and you travel at the start maybe an hour or so before you get to the base of this mountainside, where you start to ascend. This pathway turns into like more of a cut-out rocky path than an actual mud path now, where this trek has been done before enough times that the path has been somewhat chiseled out into the rock, but it's by no means worked stone. It's simply someone has made better foot leverages in the stone that needs to be traversed, and the pathway through some of the crevices and cracks in the mountainside are somewhat faded, but definitely overgrowing on the sides. But yeah, as you get further and further into the mountainside, the sight of the town, sort of you pull away and pull away and pull away until it's just this sort of speck at the bottom as you're a good way up the mountainside, until at some point you turn around one of the peaks and it vanishes from sight. It is starting to get quite a lot colder at this point. You've been traveling for maybe 3 hours now. Is there anything that you guys wish to do?
I would like to talk to Demos a little bit.
Yep.
Demos. I want to apologize for earlier a little bit. I don't want to come across as a little bit of a pendejo. Asshole. From earlier. It's just that I understand the stares that you get as a unique individual, and that I get them as well, especially with the tension from the Empire and the Jorhashian Empire. So I wanted to apologize for that.
My friend, you have caused no insult. We all share different experiences in this world, and just as equally, I only made assumption of yours. We share no problems, no feuds.
Well, I wanted to
Sorry.
I just wanted to make it known that there's no ill will between the two of us, and I just wanted to make sure that was okay between the two of us. You are a great asset.
And you are a wise man, albeit a hotshot at times.
Are we we're following this other group, right? Of 4 people?
Yes.
Okay. And it's starting to get colder.
Yeah.
And the cold doesn't really affect me, but as we're traveling, if I have a chance to, I'd like to kind of peel off a little bit away from the group with survival and try to do a little hunting to try to find them something warm to wear, because I know they're soft ones. They're not as strong and sturdy as me. So
you want to do some hunting while traveling in tandem with them, at the same time as skinning an animal that you find, tanning it, and turning it into a wearable cloak.
No, I'm not tanning it whatsoever. I would basically just kill it and rip off its skin and give it to them so they can use it.
Okay, well...
But I was going to go, like, ahead of the group.
Roll me a survival check, and a stealth check.
I know, it's a terrible idea, but he really doesn't know how to do it.
It's very
He's
sweet in a
trying,
very fucked
man.
up way.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
trying.
I don't know if my character would know, but me as a player knows that lizards don't really do well. I mean, if he's cold-blooded, how well is he going to do up in the snow and stuff?
Well, I actually don't appear to be affected at all by the cold.
Oh, well, fantastic.
Okay. So, unfortunately, as you sort of make your way ahead of the group, or at least to the side somewhat, you cause a little bit more commotion than you'd like, and you're pretty aware of it. And unfortunately, there's nothing around that you're able to harvest, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just come back after a bit. I don't explain what I'm doing. I just kind of disappear.
Yeah. That takes the better part of the journey. to do that.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
But yeah, is there anything else you guys want to do before you continue to travel along?
Yeah, after we got out of Jorenn, I was going to try to approach Adamus and say, excuse me, I noticed you earlier writing in a sketchbook or of sorts.
Adamus just nods, kind of opens the book and turns it towards you, and there's like a photo of you all sat by the table eating together.
Oh, that looks very good. I only asked because I have a similar book of sorts, and I pull out my own sort of notebook. Mostly I just document my travels and creatures I've come across, their footprints, things like that. But I've never come across anything quite as interesting as you, and I was going to ask if you would mind if I drew a picture of you in here.
Adamus full on strikes this like pose, like just ready to be drawn.
As you're walking.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Let's just stop where I'm standing.
Draw me like your French girls.
I will draw a picture of this warforged person and just write Adamus under it as a label.
Okay. It is
Also,
successful in your book.
Are we going to be... Oh, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, as we continue to walk, Adamus will show you some of the sketches that he's done for some of the animals that he's found, because that's what he mainly uses the sketchbook for, is for the creatures that he comes across, just to note them down.
Wow, you've been a lot of different places, I see.
Do we know if we're going to be traveling for a bit longer? Or if we're nearing it?
You have no idea.
Deimos is going to pull from his pocket a small figurine of a badger, and he is going to put it close to his lips, and he's going to whisper, up here. And then he will toss it into the air as a giant badger spawns out of a big cloud of smoke. Coco! Come here, my friend. And Deimos will then climb atop Coco, and he will continue. He will kind of sit and start to meditate.
Okay, so Adamus is
way...
drawing furiously now.
I'm sorry, I don't know the common vernacular, but what the fuck?
I will join.
This is Coco, my badger.
Are you riding Coco? Or like this? That is a giant badger, and you're riding.
Would you like to ride Coco?
I'm not riding Coco.
She's very friendly.
I'd like to.
How big is Nim?
He's like 6'2" or something. He's an elf.
Would he be able to ride on Coco with me?
That's pushing it.
I will get off of Coco, and then I will offer to help him up onto the badger.
All right.
As you get on, you feel this sort of matted fur of this badger. It's very you can tell like the muscle underneath you, and this very thick fur almost like pierces your skin. It's so like rough, and as you get on, the badger sort of.
If for the DM, that small little pause in our journey and everything, would I have had enough time to cast Tensor's floating discs?
Yeah.
I would like to do that.
Okay. Remind me of the
We ride in style.
As the little pause in our journey, Korvar takes about 10 minutes, and this he pulls forth and solidifies a gravity, and this metal forms for a floating disc.
Action 1 hour. Sweet. Alright. Disc is mobile and 20 feet. Cool. Okay. Sure. For an hour.
Exactly. As I motion to it, for those of that do not like this snow, can climb aboard, and I will pull them for the next hour across the snow.
Would that fit myself as well?
Not with your not with your badger. No.
No, I'm not on the Badger. Nim is on the Badger.
I'll look you up and down. How much do you weigh?
While this is
Lot.
happening, Adams is just gonna jump onto the tensor's disc and just kind of pretend like he's surfing.
How much do you weigh?
I think I'm 260, 280. Let me check.
It's like half the disc's weight.
Yeah,
Capacity.
I can support about another animus on the disc before it disappears.
286.
I can support another
It's
animus
a lot.
on the disc. So, Bashra, if you want to climb aboard the disc, I will carry you and animus for the next hour.
So you asked Bashra if he wants to climb aboard the disc?
As long as you know what about 220 pounds means.
He doesn't know what pounds mean. He does weigh about 300 pounds. He will curl up on the disc.
No, get off. No.
You see that as he starts to climb up, the disc starts to...
Nope. I can't carry that much.
Animus will
He
get up.
he assumes that only humanoids can use magic like this. So
As Animus gets off, no, it's okay. You can get back on. I got you. He is just too heavy.
yeah, I'll get off looking confused. I'm not sure what you wanted me to do.
Animus is off. Bashra, go ahead and get on. I got you. I promise you.
Only
I'll
one at a
carry.
time, Bashra.
Okay. I will curl up all comfortable like.
I carry Bashra and Bashra alone on the disc.
Okay. It's kind of like a mini Godzilla resting on the disc.
Right.
Curled up like a puppy.
Yep.
Can you fit yourself on there with it?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna break immersion real fast. Look up Godzilla flying himself backwards, fighting a monster, and that's what this is going on.
Okay, I might do that in my spare time. Alright, so if there's no more distractions, then we'll continue with the journey.
Yeah,
So-
all humanoids are magic users. This is obvious.
Yeah.
Yep.
While you're curled up and kind of chilling, Evira, the bird, is just kind of float up and kind of sit and make a kind of nest in your like curled up state.
I'm gonna eat it.
I knew you were
You
going to
don't
say that.
fucking dare.
That's exactly what I expected to happen.
I don't know
Like,
what to tell you.
that's
expect?
exactly what he would do.
He's gonna try to eat it.
Make a roll.
I don't know if that is
Well, actually, I'd say that Adamus, you'd be watching this because it happens pretty much instantaneously as the bird lands. It just sort of goes for a bite, but you'd probably be quick enough to just sort of bamf it back.
So
Yeah,
have you ever had a lizard where they go to eat something and they go
Yeah.
and they kind of do that?
Like the tongue just sort of peeks out.
Having seen lizards, I would understand what's happening. I'll just.
Yep. He literally watches your bird and he gets ready and then it flies off, and he's like, "Oh," and he curls back up.
Chuck her on my shoulder.
Okay.
Food's food. Sorry.
I almost liked you.
Yeah. He's a big lizard.
Alright. So, you guys continue your journey with this disc up for the next hour. It does fade eventually, and you are forced to walk for the rest of the way.
I do mention that I can recast it if I have about 10 minutes. No takers?
I mean,
Okay, well, we'll walk. It's okay. I understand.
you can do what you like, but they're not slowing down. In fact,
I
you
don't
guys
stop.
are lagging behind quite a bit at this point.
Nim should not be, because that badger's, isn't it fairly fast?
Well, yeah, but it keeps pace with you, not them.
Oh, I would have had it give way to Nim's gesture of forward, backwards.
Yeah, but I mean, it I assume
Oh,
you
okay,
guys are
I
sort
get
of
it.
sticking together. Like, you're not just sort of, like you guys have had quite a few distractions now. So,
Yeah, we should probably catch up.
I agree.
alright, so you do manage to catch up. It's a few minutes of brisk walking. It gives you guys a bit of a huff. But you do manage to catch up. And you travel for maybe another, would be half a day. Before you get to the point where the sun, it starts to become dusk, and the traveling, the forward party stops, and it turns around and sort of, they all start sitting down and getting out their bedrolls, and one of them actually brought looks to be like this little log along, just maybe that big, just something that they put down on the ground, sort of sink it into a little patch of mud, and they just sit on it. While they start building a fire. They just start setting up camp, and Daryl kind of looks at you all, sort of like scarred face and everything. Just, we make camp here for the night. It gets dangerous in these parts, particularly. You don't want to be traveling and get caught out.
What do you mean by dangerous? Like, do you know anything about the obstacles in this area?
Oh yes, the occasional yeti is not uncommon, and I'm sure maybe a dragon might even fly by if you're lucky.
So I know what a dragon is, but what the fuck is a yeti?
Well, just imagine one of him, except whiter, furrier, and much worse temperament.
I turn and look at the rest of the party. I don't like that.
But I know what a Yeti is.
You do know what a yeti is, yeah. It's basically exactly what I described. It's just sort of this creature that wanders the colder mountaintops in search of food and supplies. They're very tribal. They're not incredibly smart that you know of. That's all you know.
Yeah, they're quite dangerous though.
For Kel, Nim, and Adamus, you can tell that he's definitely pulling Koravar's leg.
Yeah.
He's like total
That's
sarcasm.
fantastic.
I say nothing.
Wait.
Kel is
Can-
instantly very happy with this person.
Can I do a check to, figure this out?
I'd say this is more based on your passive insight, which is not high enough.
Can I?
Hey?
I'm okay with this. I will remember this. I am okay.
What was that, Nim? Okay. Well, with that being said, you guys set up camp. There's a fire that they start, and
Had to disconnect and reconnect.
yeah, we can hear you now. But yeah, so there comes to an evening's rest as the sun sets on the peaks of what is the beginning of the Umber Hills, a very bright light hits the mountainside and reflects into all your eyes before it finally settles below the peaks, casting these massive shadows that look very, very ominous as you pay a bit of attention to them throughout the night. And they almost seem to... It's weird. The further the night goes on, without rest before your sleep, the more these shadows almost seem to move and come alive. But it's probably just your imagination, trick of the light. Not sure, as you all head in for an evening's rest. So, is there anyone that wants to take watch?
Deimos will offer to take watch.
As will Kel.
Okay.
I would like to volunteer for Kel's watch to help her out.
Okay. Cal, roll with advantage. Perception check. And do you have dark vision? No, you don't. No.
If Korvar is on Kel's watch, he does have dark vision.
Okay.
Bashiro would... Sorry.
Well, it's either Kel rolls with advantage or Korvar rolls separately.
I will give Kel advantage.
Okay. Anyone else taking watch at any point?
Yeah, Adamus
I'm
will do
an
some.
elf.
Yeah, Deimos also will take a watch if there needs to.
Okay.
Once I'm done with my meditation, I'll stay up the rest of the...
Okay.
Bashiro will help
21
take a... Sorry.
Okay, nice. Those that are doing watches, make perception rolls, please.
Sorry.
No? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say Bashiro can help. He'll put on his little blindfold looking thing to give somebody advantage on watch.
Alright, I'd say...
I will give myself guidance.
Okay. I'd say Adamus could probably roll with advantage then. So it'll be Kel and Korvar, Adamus and Bashra, and Nim is well by himself with your group, but in terms
I rolled a 7.
okay, so Demos, you'll be up with Nim then, and all through the watch there are separate each separate one of the other group also stays awake as well. Oh, that's a natural one.
Let me know when I'm in Kel's watch.
Yeah, sure. You guys are first up.
Okay, so I got a 21 on that perception. Sorry, my audio dropped out for a bit.
That's okay. So Nim, you got 25.
Yes, with the guidance.
Nice. 21, 25, 19. It's pretty solid rolls. Alright, so. Alright, so Kel and Korvar. You guys are up first. So this is the beginning of the evening after everyone's sort of had their dinner for the evening. And everyone's sort of gone to bed. And you guys stay awake with would be Kino, the younger man. He's just sort of sitting at his own campfire there.
Excuse me, but Kel, would you mind enlightening upon your history as a pirate, please?
Is it required to make this working arrangement work, or am I allowed to keep my privacy and earn any respect?
Seeing as how I was a sailor upon a mercantile vessel attacked by many pirates, yes, it is.
Right then. We were a trading vessel from Drinna originally. But we were attacked by a man named Avarice. And after a loss to our crew, we took down our trading flag and decided instead to be pirates just to go on a revenge quest. We attacked no one who did not attack us first. So I doubt I ever even came in contact with you.
On your revenge quest, is his name High Wind? Ring a bell?
Not as far as I know.
I'm a little distrustful of pirates. I was a part of the mercantile vessel of Highwind, led by Captain Marius. I won't lie to you. I don't like pirates.
That's all right. I don't like people who add gravity to me when it's not necessary.
Pirate by itself is necessary. I will overlook this. It's your history, as I hope you overlook mine. But let's agree to disagree and move forward.
If you can be polite, I never was not.
I want to apologize for increasing gravity, but I will move forward with trust, if that is okay, between a pirate and an honest merchant.
Yeah, I can be comfortable with that. I was never anything but honest with you.
Unless a pirate, but I will move forward. I assist with Kel throughout her watch, as far as looking out for any type of dangers.
Okay, so your watch, after a slightly awkward conversation, comes to a resolve, and you find yourselves sinking into a night's rest as the stars continue to move across the sky slowly. Kel, you knowing more than anyone your position within them, you find it comforting that you can see them so clearly tonight. It's a clear, cloudless sky. And you find your rest, and the next party members wake up for their watch, which would be Adamus and Beishra. And also Daryl. Yeah. Is there anything you guys want to do?
Just sit quietly.
I'm gonna kind of examine Daryl a bit. Is he a dwarf or?
He's human. As far as you've seen, they're all human.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there anything else particularly you wanted to know?
Oh, I was just waiting for him to do some type of magic thing, since everyone does magic.
He just sort of sits there and starts like stoking the fire a little bit. Looks kind of bored. He looks up at the sky occasionally, just stares at the stars. Goes back to
I watch
stoking
him
the fire.
intently,
A lot of stoking.
and then put on my little blindfold.
You suddenly see nothing.
Yeah, I figured as much. But
Yeah. Everything is pretty serene. Actually, almost eerily so in these mountaintops. You're kind of used to things chirping and whatnot, but in these mountaintops, there's no sound from any creatures. There's no crickets chirping, no frogs croaking, no bats screeching. It's just quiet.
that's weird.
As Adamus sees the stars above him, he's probably gonna like echo the kind of thing that he can see on the glamour weave around his neck. Just make stars.
Okay.
Completely enthralled. Magic.
So as you finish this, your watch goes uneventfully. A night goes by for you two, and the final watch kicks into place with Damos and Nim, and would be William. William, you guys. Oh, what's your passives? Yeah, okay. So you guys would know that William, as he sort of gets out and does his thing, also stoking the fire, making sure that it's going. He looks pretty grouchy. He doesn't like doing this shift, but he seems more reserved than the others. Definitely seems like the more inverted people, or introverted. Sorry, not inverted. Is there anything you wish to do during your shift?
Yeah, this is the shift I'm on, correct?
Yep.
Deimos would, if he's up long enough, make a little bit of tea and go and sit next to Willem, and he would offer it to him and go, I don't believe we've really had any time to talk.
There is a reason for that.
Care to share?
I do not
Nothing
like
greater in life than... You don't have to like us. We are here to help.
You're paid to do your job. Yes.
I offered my assistance long before a reward was mentioned.
Even so, I only accepted on the pretense of being paid to do a job, and a job alone. I'm pretty sure we asked no questions asked.
I ask no questions of the mission or of your quest for your sword. I only wish to know why you don't seem as outward as your companions.
Well, we all have different personalities. Mine seems to simply be more controlled. Perhaps I don't like the chaos of the nature of the others. But that does not mean we don't get along with the function that we need.
A disdain for chaos is something I believe we can both relate on. I find myself here for the balance more than anything.
I see. Well, nevertheless, here we find ourselves in the Umber Hills again. Watch your back.
Deimos would gesture to his shell and go, it usually watches me.
I find this rather peculiar. Is this something that you can actually make use of, or is it simply for show?
Oh, I can most certainly make use of it. It's hard as any armor. Plus, I can, should my extremities be in danger, retract into it. Deimos would pop his head in almost like instantly here, maybe up, as he popped his head straight into his shell. And his arm would also pop in and out, and when his arm popped back out, it would be holding his cup of tea that he had in his other hand.
Very fascinating. Good to know.
Yes, some of us weren't always predators. Some of us grew up, or some of our species were prey at one point. We had to adapt.
Speaking of the past, how old are you exactly?
A question not many ask. I am 256 years old by common calendar.
His eyebrows raise. It's not common for your folk to live that long. How have you survived?
I've found that a positive outlook, a good cup of tea, and a great story can make an old man nothing but a child again.
suppose. Time's past, him.
May I ask how old you are, sir?
Oh, old enough to know that what you say is musingly true.
It's good to know that people still understand. And he would offer to refill the tea glass if he had drank it.
He did, and he allows you to do so.
I hope this tea is to your liking. I'm sorry for not asking your preference.
It's a refreshing change from the shade grass tea that we're used to back in Jorenn village.
I had noticed. Although, I have picked up my own set of ingredients that I'm excited for from your village.
I'm glad that you can experience our culture.
And I thank you for it. That's really all, Deimos. Just wanted to kind of like sit down and talk to the guy a little bit.
As you sort of turn to leave towards the end, he sort of goes, Demos, before you go,
Yes, my friend.
what is your position on the deities?
Oh, I have experienced quite a few different, shall we say, uses of the deities, and I believe that while they may empower some, they are not meant for all of us.
And you? Are you a religious man?
I was, once upon a time, but I found that beyond my own needs, there were others who didn't always have their thoughts and prayers listened to.
Well, from what I understand it, the gods are quite busy. And sometimes they encourage self-development.
And I only seek to aid in the work that needs help. I'm here to make what little bit of terror in this world that I can muster go away.
Tell me, if you had made something that was perhaps so powerful that you were extremely proud of it, and then you lost it, what would be your motives, your thoughts?
This item we speak of is this item that you're proud of. You've spent quite a lot of time working on it, I'd say, in this situation.
Indeed.
I would say if it's something that you are proud of and something that you have put your heart into, that you should chase it down. If this is, there are only so many times where you make natural magic. And I'm not talking about an enchantment or an item. I'm speaking of the work and the time and the emotion you put into something that takes that kind of pride. If it means so much to you, fight for it.
Yes, I agree. I'm glad that we share the same understanding.
Deimos would nod. I hope we can help you find what you are looking for. It seems like you have put a lot of love into it.
It's certainly valuable to me. To us. Thank you.
Deimos would nod as he returns to continue watching his shift.
It's been good talking with you, Deimos.
To you too, my friend. Should you ever need anything, let me know. Even a cup of tea.
Perhaps we'll share one another night.
I can only hope.
And the rest of the evening goes without issue. Even with all your perception checks, the only thing that you really saw was maybe the occasional bird fly through. there's, aside from that, there's no wildlife whatsoever that you found. Excuse me. But the sun peeks over the mountains and hits the snow-capped mountaintops, where the ice sort of covers the entirety of the mountain peaks. And while you guys are camped in one of the sort of lower valleys within them, it's quite a beautiful sight, like a field of diamonds, massive diamonds that you're a part of. And as everyone comes to, a very chilly morning wind passes through the valley, and it progresses and progresses, and all through breakfast it gets stronger and stronger until the wind actually becomes so fervently strong that you're almost having to hold on to any loose items that you may have on your person, hats, cloaks, anything of the sort. It's kind of through the valley, and it is an icy wind. But you travel for, you push on and travel for maybe another half a day before finally coming to this place in the mountainside where the mountains give way. And just before that, I'm going to say, can those that are affected by cold weather make a Constitution save, please?
Do you want to specify who that is, or
Yeah, I was gonna say, who is that?
Well, if your character isn't explicitly, if your character doesn't explicitly say not affected by cold weather or like the temperature, then you're affected.
Yeah,
we are making a what?
So, for example, I believe Bayshra doesn't have to make it because he's the lizard folk and he's not affected by the cold, so he automatically succeeds. Whereas things like Korvar would have to make one, and apparently fails.
Failed. Oh, straight up.
What
failed.
am I making again?
And Nim grew up in the
So did Cal.
He's good.
A Constitution saving throw, please.
Oof. Damn. God damn.
Hey,
So really poor rolls. You got a 5, 21, 9, 5, and 6. Only Nim
That's about right.
succeeds. Alright. Wasn't even that high of a DC, but still managed to fail.
Thank you
I
for
grew up in
making
the
me feel
mountains.
better.
Oh yeah. Alright, so by the time you reach this part where the mountains give way to this massive space, almost like a, not quite circular, but if you can imagine this basin within the mountains where once perhaps there was, that had maybe over centuries, in Korvar you'd know more about this, where the mountains have been crushed or just flattened by some sort of force eons ago, to give way to hillside of beautiful like grasslands. And as you come upon this, it is now just a wasteland of this grey grass mixed with this fervent like deep red color in between, almost like the ground itself is like a deep red mud, and all the grass is just this blackened or greyish charred grass that sticks up almost like spikes from the ground. And this is maybe the stretches for a good, you can imagine, 3 or 4 days walk. Yeah.
For Korvar's knowledge, I mean, this is still the Umber Hills, right?
This would be the center of the Umber Hills, yes.
I do relay to the party. Just so you all know, we're getting very close to the site of an ancient calamity by the caused by the dragon Thordak. So, as we move further northward, just be lookout for any unusual items and anything crazy, because this whole area, well, we're moving into an area completely corrupted by an ancient fire dragon.
Wow, you really know your history, Corvar.
Well, I'll be honest, and I normally I would appreciate the praise, but I just did research on this area and further north, and I've every book I've read has told me the dangers of this area and further north, the Great Valley. So I don't know you all, but I like you, so be careful. Kel, that includes you.
So all those that
Who
failed their
doesn't like
Constitution-
Kel?
all those that failed their Constitution saving throw, you do notice that Korrivar says this through very chattering teeth. Yeah, so for
It's fucking cold.
for the next little bit, all I'd say all wisdom saving throws are at disadvantage. Just because you're having to focus so hard on, like, you know, when like you just hypothermia starts to set in and you can't think straight, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's basically what's happening to you guys. But nevertheless, you push forward, and as you get to this space where this hillside of just death protrudes inside the valley, the following party stops and looks back, and Trish says to you, "Alright, now this is where we're going to have to be rather careful. Just follow us and try not to stray from the path, and if something grabs you, do feel free to run."
Wait. What the hell do you mean by if something grabs us, feel free to run? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
You'll understand when it happens. And she smiles at you and turns and carries on walking.
I look at the party and like, I mean, did you just hear that?
Deimos would turn to Korrivar and ask if he could recast the disc.
It would take me 10 minutes, but I mean, I could. I don't know if our employers want to wait 10 minutes.
You hear this off glance shout from Kino. Not really.
I look
Fair
back
enough.
over at Damos.
Out of
Fair point.
Perhaps we
curiosity,
should just be extra careful in this section.
DM, just out of, sorry, I just wanted to ask this a little while ago. If I cast heat metal on myself, would it still cause me damage?
Oh, jeez.
What a question.
I mean, I'm made of
I
metal.
mean, you're made of metal and wood, though.
Yeah.
Let me
I
check.
think it would still cause you damage.
Do you have resistance
because
to
you
fire
can't
damage
drop
or
it.
anything as a warforged?
Okay. I'd say that considering the fact that you are made of partially organic material, including wood, which is susceptible to heat, as well as the fact that it's a second level spell, and it is intended to deal damage, it will still deal damage to you if you try.
Okay. Cool. Just curious.
Good question, though.
I actually had that come up when I was playing a Warforged Paladin,
Yeah.
and they were like, "Yeah, you can't drop yourself, so you just take the damage."
Oh.
So, yeah, it sucked.
Okay. So you guys push forward with the rest of the group.
Let's stick close together. Watch each other's backs.
I agree.
I'm actually going to pre-draw my sword and put my crimson right.
Should we stealth?
Well, I was going to ask, Kel, are you leading the way?
Deimos would actually prefer to walk at the front of the pack.
I understand that, and I thank you for that, Deimos. Kel, are you right behind him?
Sure, why not? I will walk with Deimos.
I will protect you with 100% of my abilities.
I appreciate that, thank you. I will endeavor to do the same.
Well, thank you very much, and I will look out for you as well. There's the party, but I'll look out for you.
I'm going to attempt to stealth it. Is that cool?
Yeah, I figured we were all going to be sneaky.
Yeah, roll stealth.
Well, actually, I don't know that.
Yeah, did you guys want me at the tail end since Damos is in the front, or
before I roll? Wait, actually, I look around to see who looks the least sneaky.
Probably looking at either.
Is anybody wearing like heavy armor or anything?
I mean, either Adamus looks naturally not built for stealth, or probably Beishra is the next one.
Well, I don't know how. I don't think Beishra's a big fan of magic, so I'm gonna reach over to Adamus and say, "Moonweaver guide you, my friend," and give him guidance. So you get to add 1d4 to a check.
That's awesome. Thanks, man.
I think you got the wrong idea of Bosher's magic infatuation. I think he's just mind blown.
I don't know. I'm not 100% sure though, so I'm being careful at the moment.
The 1d4 added, I've got an unnatural 20.
Nice. Okay.
I also got an unnatural 20.
All right.
No need to brag, guys. No need to brag.
Says Koravar.
20, 18. Okay. Pretty good. Roll for them.
You don't need to roll for anybody, DM. It's okay.
Ooh. Cultists, not so stealthy. Lol jokes. Just catching you. So you guys did pretty well on your stealth check. So as a group, you guys passed relatively sneakily through what would be very crackly grass. You guys managed to cover up somehow by stepping carefully at an angle. Grass sort of folds in on the Icarus mud-like material underneath. You do... What's your passives? 16 for most of you. Okay, so you guys do notice off in the distance, after you've been traveling maybe an hour or so, you notice some figures in the distance, and these figures slowly disappear into what would be looking like ruins almost. Looks just like a patch. This is maybe a good half-hour walk from where you are, and you just see them as specks, but it's sort of like these stone-built ruins, perhaps. Maybe expand, probably, I'd say, from your best guess, maybe the size of like a small garrison, off in the distance. And the group that you're with continues to head in sort of like an offshoot direction to it, sort of not quite towards it, maybe off a little bit, but sticking to they seem to be watching their footing very carefully with how they walk through this land.
I want to clarify for the DM, a small garrison is like 20 or more.
20 or more. You mean people?
things, yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's basically about the size that you can see.
I whisper over the rest of the party. Oh my God! You see that? Are we going towards that?
It would certainly appear so.
How close am I to William?
As close as you want to be, I guess. 10, 15 feet.
I would like to turn and quietly go, would you like to inform me about what's about to happen, my friend?
He sort of half like cocks his head towards you to listen to you, and sort of also half towards you says, well, this is ancient history, you see. This place is, like we said, very dangerous, and well, we were looking around here for something special. I believe your friend keeps talking about how this place is layered with historical events, and we were in search of interesting things that may have been left about. We're one of the few that still believe there is something of worth around these areas, and well, we encountered some disturbing things. Your friend did mention something about a group. I believe he was trying to subtly refer to the cult that everyone was whispering about back in Jorenn village, but I believe we had stumbled across them, and they did not take too kindly to us being there, and we barely escaped with our lives, but sadly lost our prized position, I suppose, and now we seek to reclaim it.
I see. And does this history happen to be the thing we discussed, related to what we discussed the other night, or last night?
Remind me again.
He was talking about something he was very proud of, a weapon that they had created.
Yes, it's that's it. That's the sword.
I see. Well, I'm going to have to inform my team of this, if they cannot hear it already. They need to know what we're dealing with.
Very well.
Can we hear it?
Please tell me Corvar hears this.
No.
No, I'm just kind of whispering to him right now.
Yeah. If you must tell them, then at least spare them some of the details. Please.
I will omit what I can.
Yes. Now.
And I will vaguely turn and kind of telephone game pass along slight parts of the information that's going on.
Okay. What do you say?
I'm going to say that as much as nobody wants to hear it, Corvar was correct. I'm going to say that that we could possibly be dealing with the cultists ahead of us, and that can Willem hear me relaying this message back?
They can hear you.
No, can Willem hear me? William.
It depends how loudly you wanted to say it.
I'm just kind of trying to telephone it down the row, just to my.
Yeah. I mean, you're not sure.
Okay. And I'm just going to be like, they are going to put up a fight, so be prepared.
Who is they? What do you mean by they?
Both sides.
Can you elaborate on that a little more?
Not right now. Prepare for a fight, my friend.
I'd like you all to make wisdom saving throws, please.
That's with disadvantage, correct?
Yep, for those that are affected by the cold.
And so it begins. Oh, damn.
By the way, I think it's
What's that, Nin?
you can press. I know you can do ADV after your save or check to do advantage, and I know there's a way to do disadvantage too. It might just be DADV. I don't or something.
It's
It's DIS at the end.
Yeah, you can do DIS, so you don't have to roll twice and then track down your things.
So, you mean like I'm trying to do now?
I don't know how to do this.
Yeah,
I'm
it kind
okay
of
with
keeps everything a little more compressed.
Okay, you all right. So Korva, you've got 18. Adimus, you've got 10. Demos, you got 12.
12.
Beishra got 21.
I know, right?
Kel 10. And Nim 11.
Yep.
Alright. Okay. So, for all of you who got under 12, which is a few of you, you all start to feel a little bit strange. The mountaintops seem to grow somewhat. The white peaks of blanketed snow seem to dissolve somewhat and become raised and higher up into the clouds. The area around starts to grey more, as if becoming lighter, like dirt being removed. You suddenly see the field that you're walking in turns to this lush, beautiful green field that seems just like paradise. And there's animals all around, like on the outskirts of this hill. You can see like deer, you can see a couple wolves in the distance, and they all seem, you know that they're not quite real. You can tell that there's some sort of something going on here, but it's still very, very difficult to discern between that and reality, because this is all you're seeing, overlapping everything. And right in front of you, in the direction you're heading, you can see that those ruins in front turn into an entire building. The ruin rebuilds itself and becomes this stone, very quickly put together stone building with like a thatched roof. To the left of it has this sort of taller structure of a stilted tower built out of wood, nailed together, and on top is like it's a watchtower basically, and on top you can see the sort of angled roof, and it's kind of got a board down the one side, kind of to help with the flanking, and then to like going around to the side as you continue to make your way, you can see just around the side there's another larger portion of the building that seems to be a mixture of wood and stone, that seems to house probably could house, let's say, 100 people, and then all of a sudden all around you see and populating this ruin, which now seems to be some sort of a camp of some kind, like almost like you see in war times or things you've read about in books and histories. There's armored guards everywhere, and they're just sort of minding their own business. Most of them look alert. especially the ones in the watchtower, seem very focused on keeping an eye out. There are guards patrolling all around the outside. You can see a patrol in the distance on the right hand side, sort of skirting the edge. There may be about 5 or so of them, ages away from you, but you can tell that they're there. And in the distance, on top of one of these roofs, you see a figure, like a more sort of bulkier figure, holding a very, very large sword. It's very hard to make out details from this part, but he seems to have this very thick cloak that just hangs off the back, and a somewhat of a crown on top of his head. As you look around, your compatriots, your companions are still there, still a lot of them seeming to look in awe at this as well. A couple of them don't, though.
I would ask 2 questions real fast. Distance between me and the dude as a crown.
Probably a good 1,000 meters. At least. Probably 1,500.
Okay. And I asked the party, do you see that? Is that our target? I look at our employers.
Korva, you made your save. You got the 18.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so you don't see this.
I don't see this?
Because you failed your save. So those that got above 12 or above, you don't see this.
Adamus is just sketching it. More interesting things.
You hear one of probably be Daryl pipe up and he says, "What is you?" So looks around. Are you seeing that?
Yes, it feels off. I don't know what's going on.
What are you talking about now? This is
Adamus shows them the drawing so they can see what we're saying.
What is that?
Right in front of us.
I don't see that.
Neither do I. What are you? Is this what you're seeing, Daryl?
Yeah. Nim is going to sit down in the middle of the path and just try meditating and trying to clear his mind because he thinks something weird is going on.
Okay. At this point, you all kind of stop as a group to try and figure this out. Yeah. Daryl just looks like confused, as well as Kino and Fargo. Even William seems to be out of it. Just what's going on? I don't understand. Is someone playing a trick on this? It must be the cultists. Surely they must know we're here. Keep your eye out. They start looking around.
Could I do an Arcana check or anything to see if there's any magic permeating the area or anything?
Do you have to detect magic?
I don't.
Then no.
Cool.
Okay. So, what do you do? Half of you can see this, half of you can't.
So those of us who passed don't see this?
No, you just see the crumbled ruins up ahead, the blood red mud, like deep mud, the shade grass that sort of protrudes, the broken hillside around. Still life.
Understanding that they can't see it, Adamus was going to start walking toward it to see if he can touch it.
Okay.
DM, can I use my divine sense?
Sure. That detects Fey, Fiend, and Undead
Yes, up to 60 feet.
to 60 feet.
And Celestials.
You
Yeah, but
channel.
Sorry.
That's alright. You channel this energy that you're used to, and as you release the spell, you almost see like a shockwave, only from your eyes, just as the detect, as your spell goes up, and immediately as it sort of covers this area, the entire field is just dense with undead.
I am going to turn back to everybody and say,
And fiend, sorry.
I'm going to turn back and say, while whatever they're seeing may or may not be there, there is most certainly a real threat in that area. I'm seeing countless undead, I'm seeing countless fiends. We must approach this with caution.
Would Adamus hear this, having already walked away?
Yeah, he's not trying to talk quietly. This whole area is, like, aside from the ruin up ahead, is just desolate, and there's no sounds, so anything spoken is like amplified, carries over.
Then Adamus will stop and head back to them.
Okay. Yeah. Also, Demos, to get a sense of what you're seeing, it's less of like where you're used to blips on your sort of magical radar, being able to sort of pinpoint it more or less. You're just getting like an entire bubble of this sense, like your entire sphere is just undead and fiend.
How far away is the closest bunch of them from where?
Is the closest what? Sorry.
The fiends and undeads that I can see through the sense.
Like I said, just everywhere, from starting
Okay,
from you all the way out to the edge.
I am going to immediately cast protection from good and evil.
Okay. Interesting. Bring that spell up.
yeah, you guys say that you see all these things, and you have a drawing of obviously a building that I don't see. But to be honest, I mean, Bosher is going to assume that you guys are able to see stuff he can't, so he's going to be fairly cautious watching you guys walking around, because it's not really something he feels comfortable with at the moment.
If Basra is physically discomfortable, Deimos would approach him and try to explain exactly what is happening to the best of his ability, saying there will be there will be danger ahead. With magics that I just simply cannot explain, I can tell you for certainty that there are undead and fiends ahead of us. Some of our friends are seeing some things that we're not quite sure why, but this is common in the magic world.
Believe it or not,
Ready?
he seems like he completely understands that part.
And he would just relay the be cautious and ready for a.
Are you casting this on yourself, Demos?
Yes.
Okay.
Can Adamus do like an investigation check on the walls, see if there's any kind of ruins or anything like that?
On the walls?
Just in the general vicinity, just in case this is like a trap.
Sure.
Actually, oh, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to.
There are no walls around you except for the ruin, which is, like I said, 1,500 meters ahead of you.
Can I cast that on Bashra instead?
Yeah, you can.
I look to Bashra and I go, I'm going to cast a magic on you. This is only for protection. And then I will kind of lightly flick my hand against his shoulder as I cast.
Okay. I believe he's casting protection from evil and good. Are you?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So you have that up on you for 10 minutes.
What is it? I'm sorry.
So until the spell ends, one willing creature, which is you, is protected against certain types of creatures: aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. It grants several benefits, such as creatures of those types have disadvantage against you on attack rolls. You can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them, and if you are already, you have advantage on saving throws against the effects.
Okay. I don't really see anything minus just the mud and the rocks and everything, though, right?
Yeah.
You might see my hand light up a bit.
No, I'm talking about I don't see any of the blips you're talking about or anything
Okay.
Yeah, no.
to really explain why you guys see one thing and I don't see it, which kind of makes me uneasy.
Yeah. What do you guys do?
I would seeing as how the unique
I'll be right
environment
back.
we're moving into and Damos casting a spell on Bashra, I would like to cast Mage Armor on myself, just in case.
Okay. Sorry, I made a mistake. It wasn't. It was Trish failed. It was William that succeeded. Just in case it was something. But anyway, William actually seeing all this happen, it's like, well, I don't really know what to make of this. Obviously, there's something going on. He sort of traces the sigils in the air and then pats himself, and you can see the of the armor light up as he casts Mage Armor on himself.
Seeing everybody else getting themselves all like armored up, Animus is going to go up to the next person that looks like they're the squishiest, which is probably Kel. Put his arm on her back and cast Barkskin on her.
Mm-hmm. On Kel.
What a buffing
Your
party.
AC is 8.
Thank you.
It's 16 now.
It's just everyone going around just patting each other.
Good luck out there. Good luck out there. Good luck out there.
Paths, unfortunately.
Okay. Alright. So, you guys buff up. What do you do? Those that failed the wisdom save, you can still see everything.
Bosher's not here, but I was going to ask him if he wanted to make use of that protection and come explore.
He'd probably take you up on that offer.
So then, if that were the case, we would, he and I and anyone who would come with I head towards the closest blips that I could see, try to explore and see what's going on.
So you're heading towards the ruin?
Yes.
Okay.
I will join.
So Artemis, Bashra, Damos, William's coming with.
Against his bitter judgment, Corvar will join as well, just because of the ruins and the possibly the unique inspiration he might obtain from it.
All right.
Bashra, we're heading into towards the ruins.
That's all. Just go. Okay.
Corvar will stay 20 feet back from anyone in front of him, by the way.
Yep. Kel?
All right.
Yes, she'll go as well.
You're going as well? Everyone's going. Okay.
Yeah.
Corvar in the back. All right.
Well, 20 feet back from whoever's in front, so whoever he's next to is okay.
So as you guys get closer and closer to this ruin, you get a sense of uncomfortableness as the general eerie magic that's emanating from this place. And it's a very unsettling place, like super quiet and just like no life around aside from yourselves. As you get closer and closer, the figures become more and more detailed for those that can see it. For those that can't, the ruins just simply come closer and closer. These mossed over, vined ruins that, and all of the plant life here have these like blood red roots that feed through, and the leaves kind of turn like this black grayish tinge to the leaves.
Noticing that just in case, I throw up dancing lights, a neon green kind of orbiting 4 globes of luminescence.
Okay. It doesn't seem to have any effect on the surrounding area except for making little spotlights, I guess. As you get closer and closer, you can see the outline of the stone that had fallen and crumbled, of these previous buildings that must be more ancient than any of you combined. And those that can see it, you can see all the detail now fleshing out. The armor of these guards or these figures, whatever they may be, look to be part of some sort of militia or military force. And as you get closer and closer, the entire field just sort of litters with them. It's almost like an effect where as you get closer, the more pop up, as if like they're spawning. They just sort of fade into existence. And they are all different kinds of people. They look to be just average people, but the color of them seems to be like very dark gray, like almost as if someone put a screen in front of you that faded out a lot of color, if that makes sense. So you can, like I said, you can tell it's not real, but you can't really make out what's reality anymore.
Am I seeing more dots and blips from my...
Oh, like this, your entire sphere is a blip. Like it's
Okay, so it's like the whole thing is just one big thing.
Yeah, it's not changing. Yeah.
Okay.
No matter how close you get to this, it's still the same.
I would relay to everybody that this whole place possesses some form of magic binding, and I don't believe, for those of you seeing something other than what we do, you should interact with them.
What do you mean by if we interact with them? What do you mean by that?
Sorry,
Having seen the drawing, I believe I would have that was done. I would say, don't approach these soldiers or address them. Do not give them power.
I mean, there's quite a few many questions I have for that.
It is only an instinct that I feel we should draw.
Are you saying that what we're seeing isn't real?
I'm saying that yes, I believe what some of you are seeing is not real. Mayhaps what some of us are seeing.
If they're not real, what would addressing them cause?
Given the size of my sensing, my feeling, I don't want to find out.
Yeah, I guess it's a good time. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not to interrupt Bashra, but I mean you're kind of talking in circles, Demos. I mean, are these illusions or are they not? I mean, if they're not illusions,
I'm saying we don't know, and we should not risk it. This could also be a trap.
So don't try to capture these quote-unquote illusions. Got it.
Perhaps for the best. Are you seeing them?
No, that's what I'm asking. I mean, it shows more about y'all than it does about me.
Deimos would simply shake his head and go, I just believe we should approach with caution. and we should not be taking any bait laid out on a silver platter.
Yeah, Bosher is going to drop the stupid lizard act for just a second.
Oh
And
shit!
say in perfect common, you see spirits. We do not. Spirits can hurt you. Do not touch.
And
Insight
Damos would nod.
Insight check.
So joy of having a wisdom is 16.
And being big and scary, you don't have to look smart.
I would like to know, if possible, is he faking this non-verbal dumb persona, or is he actually smarter than he really lets on?
What is that against?
That'd be against your passive deception, which is -1. So
He knows.
9.
he's been faking it the whole time.
I say this out loud. This motherfucker.
Yeah. I assume you guys are talking as you're continuing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the next, say, 2 minutes, I glare at Bashra.
So, at one stage, as you guys are busy making your way forward, for those that can't see the illusion or whatever it might be that everyone else is seeing, you notice that there are figures that appear, and they seem to mold out of the ground. A black, misty figure just and stands upright, and then another all over, and you see maybe 6 of them at this stage just amongst the ruin, and the mist fades around them, and it sort of clings to their body or appearance, their form, and it solidifies into somewhat resemblance of whatever guards that you see in Adamus's picture. Just sort of like a night shaded black figure of like detailed with like carven parts in their body, and you can see every single one of them is a single guard of different races, mostly human, but all with like different injuries. One has like an axe in the neck, one has like an arrow or 3 in the chest, another has like a long sword in the back, another has like just slits across the front, another's missing an arm, and they all just sort of around the ruin of the building, they all just stare at you, just stand there and stare.
I don't know if I'd like the look of this.
What look are you talking about? I mean, there's nothing here.
Wait, so those of us
Yeah,
who
which one
don't
was-
see the illusion see this?
Yeah,
Or the ones who do see the illusion see this?
the ones that don't see the
Okay,
illusion, so the ones that succeeded their wisdom save, you see them.
Oh,
Okay, so Corvar, you would see them then.
yeah, I didn't say that because I don't see them.
Sorry, I got it reversed. Okay.
That fight I warned you about? Are you prepared?
Oh, I am. Just give me a minute. I'm calculating. Senior DM, real fast. All the skeletons and the undead, quote unquote, in front of us, are they clustered? Are they how far out in advance are they?
They're in different positions, but they range by about 100 feet between each other, between the farthest ones.
So our group that basically our employers, out of curiosity, what are they currently doing?
They've stopped, and they're looking at, at least William has stopped and is looking at this, and has sort of said, wait, to the others, and they stop, and they're like, what's wrong? What's going on? And he's like, there's something not right about this place. There's figures there. I don't feel easy about this. Maybe we should leave.
And
Can Deimos hear?
You guys can hear this, yeah?
I would
Deimos. Go ahead, Corvar.
Well, I was only going to merely suggest I would like to try something real fast, and I look over and the whatever group in front of us is the most clumped. I would say within say 20 feet of each other. Hopefully, groups of 3. I would like to cast a spell if I find that criteria.
Okay. I'd say, yeah, there's probably a group of 3 of them that are within 20 feet of each other.
I would like to just snap my finger and point as I cast fairy fire on them.
so we all
Dame-
see them, right?
You
Sorry.
will see them, except for the ones that failed the wisdom save.
The ones
Oh,
that
okay.
see the illusion don't see them.
Yeah. So, okay, so just so that you guys can sort of
Sure.
separate, the ones that can see like hundreds and hundreds of soldiers, you guys can see like illusions. The others see, let's say for now, shadows.
Deimos would turn to Willem and his folk and say, "You hired us for a job. Don't run until we've at least attempted it."
So, DM, I cast Fairy Fire, DC 14 Dex.
Yep.
I know the specifications of the spell, but I'm just trying to make them visible for all the ones who don't see them, at the very least.
Yep, that's an 8 for the save.
Cool.
So, as you cast this spell, 3 of
A
the shadows.
A golden neon light.
Alright, so 3 of the shadows just have this shimmering golden light envelop them. Makes no difference to the others, except for the ones that can see them.
I think we are in a little bit of a situation because I don't know if you can see them, but I can see them and a whole lot more.
Let's see.
Wait, you see more?
Yes, a lot more.
Because I should be seeing the same as you if you don't see the illusion, right?
So, as you're busy talking, the rest of your group, the illusion fades, and the barracks and the garrison in this camp, it's probably a war camp of some kind, fades, and it goes back to normal, and almost like a beam wiping across the field, turns from this luscious green to back to the shade grass, blood red mud, and everything goes back to normal, and you can see these shadows just as they back into the floor.
Oh,
I don't know about y'all, but I don't quite like this place very much. And I look at our employers. We need to hurry the fuck up.
Bad spirits.
I would agree, yes.
that was strange.
This way, yes. And they sort of like shake it off, and the other 3, the other 4 are looking really confused, like what the heck, it just happened, as much as you are as well. You continue to push forward. You sort of hook around these ruins, giving a generous distance, probably about 200 meters off. Curving around, there's this little outcropping that you can start to see in the rock on the far side, almost like a little cave of some sort. And you get closer and closer, and as you're passing by the ruins, you have a look, and you can see inside, like it's completely overgrown with shade grass and shade plants, but for those at least that saw the illusion, you can tell what it was, and it's kind of cool to look at and know what it would have looked like. And then it turns less cool as you're still looking, and these shadows
I would.
Here once again. Yeah, you would.
I would like to throw in another dancing lights up to 100 feet, just to illuminate the area and see if anything reacts.
What's the range on dancing lights?
I believe it's 120 feet, but let me check real fast.
Yeah, while you do that,
120 feet.
sorry, I'm gonna slide on my my little headband that goes across my eyes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so I'm gonna snap in like a bolo, 4 revolving lights spiraling out 120 feet. Again, like a neon green.
Okay. It's like a neon green, just sort of lights up the area. All right.
Correct.
You see them a little more clearly, same sort of details. As you do that, the lights come up, and it lights up, and they don't react to the light at all. But then you see this flash of like deep red in their eyes as it fades again, and they start like drifting towards you. But it looks like they're walking, like the people that they represent start walking towards you. And at that moment, the sky itself, or at least a portion of where you are in this vicinity, the ground seems to move. The mud itself swirling slightly, just slowly, ever so slightly, and it's kind of disconcerting, and it makes you almost feel dizzy, as like feels like you're moving, but it's just the floor moving patterns, and drops of it start falling upwards from the earth. These little black clusters of blood red mud start to raise and lift to form this sort of colored what would be like a film almost in the air, hanging maybe 200 feet or so above you in like a circular area that encompasses the entire previous garrison ruins, as well as you and these creatures, whatever they may be. And the sun has a hard time fading through it, and the entire area has this massive shadow cast upon it. And the shadows that you see in front of you, as soon as those glowing eyes fade, disappear into that darkness, and you can't see them. And that's where we'll pick up next session.
God damn it.
Awesome.
That was so cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well,
I was hoping to run the stupid lizard folk a little bit longer.
it lasted pretty well.
Hey,
I'm very excited about that.
I was amazed by the party interaction.
It was pretty funny. The pirate merchant thing as well. I was like,
Hey.
that's awkward.
I had fun.
I mean, I'm sorry, DM, you threw a pirate at me, so.
I didn't do nothing.
Pirate.
Alright, well, thank you guys for playing the first session of our campaign. I hope you liked it. And
It's fantastic.
that's yeah.
It's
That's
a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, I had so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
I'm excited to see what happens next.
Yeah, me too. Whatever you guys will do, we'll find out next time. Alright, thanks guys for
Later, guys.
watching.
All right.
See you later.
And I gotta wait a week to find out if we got murdered by shadows.